We should be back. It's gonna scuff my YouTube for just a little bit, but that's alright. Like, I think the YouTube guys will have to, like, go into the new broadcast or something. Sorry about that, guys. I genuinely apologize. Will the King's Barrage have a double chance for the Echo because 2 bolts? Yes, according to the Echo video today, it looks like that is the case. I think what happens with it is if it triggers Echo, both hit splats trigger Echo. So it's not like, I don't think they have to trigger Echo individually. Almost passed out from waiting for you. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. But I don't necessarily think it's worth costing myself all of the ad revenue on it, you know what I mean? Rocked my new hat at Legoland. Nice. Okay, so we can put this in, but we can't really get DPS stats yet, I guess. Gemstone crab. All of this is just loading right now, unfortunately. The 3-tick hunter bow reach around kind of funny. Yeah, it actually seems kind of good, dude. Roidy's title. What is it? I actually went live today? Time to copy foe's homework. The time to copy foe's homework is upon us. What are all the farmers doing on so early, man? They're sailing? I can't do the sailing trip, man. I don't have the level. Oh man, I was going to a concert tonight, I see. What's my realistic early blind bag gonna be? We can at least build some of this gear out. Is Soul Harvest a must-have, or what zones can skip it? No, it's not a must-have. Nothing's a must-have in the league though, right? Nothing's a must-have. You're too overwhelmed with this? Don't worry, man. I'm making a guide for you, so instead of overwhelmed, you're just gonna be whelmed, and then we'll be good. Why don't you salvage while you league plan? Because I just don't want to, honestly, man. I like the idea with echo boots with this instead of treads, but treads are a good bit better, right? I was also thinking about this last night when I was making the video. You know how I was talking about going into Thorn's recoil here to make my recoil, like if I camp a Ring of Suffering, I can make my recoil 9 damage instead of 1 damage. But if I have an Altar Ring on, I increase my max hit of my Halley by 3 probably, and it also increases all of my blind bag max hits. So I think it actually might just be more beneficial to not have these two, put the points somewhere else, like here and here, and then or if this works, put the points down here and then just camp the altar. Heidi, Super Combat. Canderan Hard Diary can be on. Could put them on extra magic percentage for Giga Shadow. I think if there was a way that we take Giga Shadow, we respec for it. Because I don't want Giga Shadow unless I actually Giga Shadow. I had to reload my stream because I accidentally played copyrighted music on YouTube. So I expect it to demonetize my entire day's video. So might as well do it before I play another 7.5 hours of the stream. Because the way that works, if Content ID triggers that, the owner of that can automatically take all of the revenue from that stream. And even though it was just 11 seconds, if they claim that, which they would be able to, it takes the entire day, the entire 8-hour streams, like the entire video's revenue. So I don't even want to deal with it. I can then go like after the fact and like edit it out and like try to appeal it and whatever else, but I just don't want to go through the trouble. I'd rather just restart. Does King's Rush divide your max hit into 2? If your max hit is 50, does it do 2 25 hit splats? If your max hit is 50, it should do 50-50. Crossbow build max hit of 590. I can't even get mine to load for some reason. I don't know why. My loadout's not working. Refresh because you DC'd. I didn't DC, and I am refreshing. Your escape seems to be working. Yeah, it just doesn't have the stats of the new stuff, I think. Empty cache? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Guess we can calc off of the last year's Crystal Blessing. Is my fun build already in a video? So I did something really helpful for you guys, which is very different than how I usually do my YouTube videos. I usually do my YouTube videos like in order throughout the day. So if the content happened in the beginning of the video, that, you know, happens then, shows in the video, and it just like progressively shows as I, you know, went through things throughout the day. In today's YouTube video, I put the constant explanation of the maximum fun build front loaded to the beginning of the video. So otherwise you would have had to wait until like 20 minutes to get it. So basically the first 6 minutes is me rap godding the maximum fun build. So notice that. Appreciated. That was a good call. Yeah. So if you just want to look at that, just watch the video until I'm done explaining maximum fun build. I go into all of it, which relics, which zones, which packs I plan to choose, and then I get into the regular content of the video. The maximum fun build. Is Crystal basically going to be BIS everything? Not necessarily. Some other setups will scale better. But Crystal is an amazing thing to have for Tribrid this time, or Hybrid, or whatever this time it seems. Can I link the video in the chat? Exclamation new vid. When do we get a task list? Honestly, man, I don't know, and it's bugging me right now, because I think last year we had the starter zone tasks by now, and they haven't dropped the tasks on us yet. And it's bugging me, because I can't route my starting strategy for people. They said day of release? No, fuck that. No. They usually release the easy and the medium starter zone tasks, and then day of release, they release everything. But I think like a week ahead of time or something last year, we had the starter zone tasks. I need the starter zone tasks so I can start my routing. If I have to wait till Monday, fine, but like I thought they said they were releasing it this week, and I haven't seen anything, so it's bugging me a lot. That's what I want to spend my time doing right now, is routing Varlamore starters. Because I can't make a starter route for every, you know, starter relic if I don't have the time to do so. So I might just be making it for Endless Harvest. And then you have to make adjustments yourself, if not. Let me unpause my alerts real quick, because I have a lot to catch up on. I'm gonna go through these as quick as I can. Adam, Hoo-Ha, Thomas, Lloyd, Crimson, Aaron, Jack, Codex, Gunter, Finley, Slay, a Death Reaper, I'm so bad at a league, One Nut Nick, PVM Sammy, Fairweather, EB Sauce, Slobbin Cobbs, Pyro Petty, Gary, or Jerry Key, Big Jimmer, TRVR, MRT, In, Jaden, Mr. Wonker, Whitefire, Fly Puppy, Man with Cake, Bet Wixtness, Master Freaks, Mild Drizzle, Real Henny, Feeling Cucky, Mint Brew, and Ramilla. Thank you guys so much for the subs today. Very much appreciate it, man. Okay, yours was a tier 3. Big love there, bro. Also, Melted Butter, thank you, dude, for the $20 tip. First time Twitch viewer, long time YouTube fan. Thanks for sharing your league notes. You saved me hours of unfocused work. My job doesn't know it, but should thank you for it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Also, Molly, thank you for the prime sub, man. Appreciate you, bro. No, they're not fake names. They all were real names. You'll see them pop up right here as they filter in. If you change anything on the Maximum Fun build, will you make another YouTube for it? Yeah, there will very likely be a different, like, more refined video next week. But I need to be able to give people ideas now so they have something to think about. You know what I mean? Max hit 70 with this build. Let's take it off of an Unbound Jad. Let's put it on Gemstone Crab. Max hit 70 with this. What can we set up? Is there a league modifier? Packs. Culling. That's cool. Average reduction of flask? Huh. What is this? Sammy items, right? Minion Sammy items. Damn. I love that, dude. How the kids? Doing great, man. Doing great. What is this? Search inventory for blind bag. Logical blind bag in Mauritania. By the time we get a Noxious Alley, we'll have a Darok Great Axe, probably a bludgeon.
No! Yes!
Can't get a bludgeon for some reason. They have that incorrect. Thorin, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, Fo. I'm new here. Any combat builds for mage enjoyers? Picking a ZK, and I don't know about a third. There's a lot of cool ones, man. I haven't made a full video yet on, like, different builds. I'll try to do that on Monday. But, you know, I've shared a lot of build ideas in my videos. I'll have a short coming out today that discusses, Water Tank Mage with Thorns, which is a really interesting build. But it's kind of hard to hammer down like a specific zone. There's so much to consider right now because now we have access to knowing what the Quadrant, whatever they called that, the Quadrant does. It looks like Elemental Mage is a very logical build if you're a Canderan user. But I don't really know yet what like the best would be. So we'll have to keep our eye out a little bit today. King of Clubs, thanks for the $5. Hey, folks, Fiance and I are going MTD. Should we rush Tyranwin with 1-tick power staff for easy Hunlift? That's what I'm gonna do. She's kind of a noob. She's gonna have a hard time doing that. I would probably have her start in the desert. Or both of you start desert if you want to play together. It would probably be an easier zone to progress through if you are not good at CG. And then you can wait until you get some prey penetration for CG. You can spec into prey penetration, and then after you defeat Echo Hunlift and get all the drops there, you can respec out. Not a bad idea to take, and I'm sorry, the alerts will catch up and be done soon, guys. There's 2 more. But it's not a bad idea to, it's not a bad idea to go Tyranwin 2nd or 3rd, because then you can just drop points into prey penetration, go do Echo Hunlift like it's nothing, and then when you're done with that grind, you respec. So you can get rid of the prey penetration at that point. You know what I mean? Because you'll get another reset off of killing Echo Serb. But if you're not good, you're going to want the Prey Pen for Echo Serb. Thank you for the 5, man. Oh, go read the Quadrant Jagex info Husky posted. I'm not too interested in it right now. I want to work on this. I'll read it later, man.
Thanks for the pines on Della.
Crystal Halley. Barrel chest anchor is mega strength bonus. That's what we want is high strength right now. Thinking of like the 5 like probably easiest weapons to get with blind bag when I first get my Noxious Halley. Because I don't have a scythe yet. I could put scythe on there, but I don't have a scythe yet. Hobby Maul's decent. 85 strength bonus. What about a Dragon Halley? 89 strength bonus. So we'll do this in an Hobby Maul for now. $85. Guthun Spear 75. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. So we can get an idea of what it's going to be without, like, going giga.
Thanks for the pines on Della.
What about the Echo item? 70 strength hits twice. It doesn't matter if it hits twice because the hits are cut in half. So 70 strength is just worse than 80 strength. Yeah, the guy that keeps saying that the ranged weapon in the wilderness is ass because it's 8 tick if you have the relic, it's 7 tick. It's 8 tick on accurate, 7 tick on rapid. So it's the same as like a Zarite crossbow or a rune crossbow. Soul Reaper X 30% bonus apply to BB weapons. You're not going to be charged for the BB hit unless you're main handing it, so I would think no. Is this going to change my DPS every time I put something on? It does. Look at that. That's cool. Man, who told me yesterday that blind bag was shit because it's 23 DPS? I'm not even in a BIS setup yet.
Thanks for the pines on Della.
This isn't increasing things yet, so that's not really triggering right. So we're not going to be able to figure out true DPS yet. I'm still going to build it out for now, though. Overheal's a nice DPS bump when it triggers. Oh, you don't need the spec node at the bottom? Yeah, you're right, thanks. This is kind of minimal. Yeah, a lot of things aren't working right now, of course. The Quadrant's actually goated. The Quadrant's really cool, man. How many points do I have spent right now? 32? 38, and then I have 2 extra. Where do my 2 extra typically go? 1 and... Five-minute ad. I would if I could, but I can't play 5-minute ads. You can only max out ads at 3 minutes. That's why I had this one set incorrectly. So I should just have a free one. What was it that bumped my DPS up to 33? Oh, because I had this off. Yeah. Average hit 82 with this. Well, it's completely wrong right now because it's not adding DPS for a lot of things, including these things down here. My range echoes, it's not adding at all. And with this, I have a 20% chance to have a range echo that has a 20% chance to max hit and cannot miss. And can trigger more echoes. So it's better than what this is showing. And I don't even have, like, good things right now. This is 100. This is less than 100. Oh, that's a corrupted, that's why. These numbers are way higher. Well, I think all the calculators are just going to be wrong right now and broken right now. It's probably going to take them a little bit of time to kind of like figure it out. You can take the nodes which regenerate one of a specific elemental rune when you regen a charge, but that's up to you. Yeah. If this doesn't work over here, then I do that. What's your healing with this build? Genuinely a Blood Fury camp. You don't use Rancor, instead you camp Blood Fury. And you have some healing from being at a maximum distance. You have a 20% chance when you swing to heal the distance between you and the tile, and it triggers off blind bags, but the distance between you and your opponent. If I'm 7 tiles away, or rather if I'm 6 tiles in between us, if I'm at max distance, then I have a 20% chance to heal 6 HP every swing, which can be blind bags as well, and that can overheal me. Rune regeneration does also regenerate a rune if you have something that gives you infinite runes like a staff or a tome. It's just based on what the spell actually costs. Hallies are being added to the Fortis Blacksmith, so you can go heavy right away. Yeah. Yeah, if Hallies are being added to the Fortis Blacksmith, I think the best play is Blind Bag for a Mox. Up to steel hallies? Ah, okay. Devil's Element has been giga nerfed now. All right, let's go and take a look at what they're saying in the League Discord. Okay, let's see. This quadrant line is causing some confusion, so I'll clarify it here. When attacking with an elemental magic spell, this will always use the elemental weakness which your target is weakest to, regardless of the elemental spell you cast. This will not change your spell to the cast the creature is weak to. It will use whichever spell you select and calculate damage and accuracy as if the enemy is weakest, as if the enemy's weakness, as if the enemy's highest weakness is the spell that you just cast. That's very big and so much better. Like, if I'm attacking the Olm Mage Hand, or the one that you mage, right? It's weak to earth spells, but I can use water spells on it, and my water spell will damage as if it's an earth spell when considering the elemental weakness, but it counts as a water spell, so it still heals me with the packs. That's very good, and plus 30% on top. If a target has 10% earth weakness and 20% water weakness, it can't have both, just making it clear. If you attack with an air spell, it'll take the highest weakness, so water, which is 20%, and treat the target as if it has 20% air weakness instead. And if you have Devil's Element equipped, it becomes 50%. If you're casting an air spell, you still get all the benefits of the air pact, even against targets that are weak to earth. That's really cool. Here's a list of common frequently asked questions I've seen. The Infernal Attack Paddle hits twice, considered a heavy weapon, and is two-handed. Its special attack is pretty much the same as Dragon Claws, but with lower numbers. Fang of the Hound spell does count as a fire spell for the purpose of masteries. It does benefit from having Devil's Element equipped, and is considered a light weapon. Dragger Blowpipe will burn both targets with Thrown Capstone. V's helmet special attack has no internal cooldown, but the special attacks won't stack. If you trigger it again without having used her special attack, the second trigger is lost. So I think the V's helm could work well in synergy with something like the Infernal Tech Paddle main hand spec, the Declaw spec, or main handing the Dogger, because you just get extra special attacks out of it. Shadowflame Quadrant is not considered a powered staff, and therefore will not work with the Crystal Blessing. Also see my clarification above. So that's the Thermi elemental spell, or elemental staff. Nature's Recurve will not heal you above 99, even if you have the overheal from packs. It will not trigger its healing from ranged echoes, just from its main damage. That's because packs only overheal you on packed heals. Lithic Scepter will work like a Soul Spear, and Nilos will not damage you when you use its special attack to clear them. This is considered a powered staff, so it will work with the Crystal Blessing. At low levels, its minimum hit will be 10. Crystal Blessing's first effect only works with a powered staff equipped. When you have Crystal Armor equipped with the Blessing, you gain 2% magic damage and 20% magic accuracy to your stat page. The Crystal Armor effect is not multiplied by the Shadow, but the equipped stats will be. Okay. King's Barrage is 5 tick on Rapid. Second Bolt will benefit from water packs if you have the pack that makes water masteries count as ice spells. Cool. I think everything there is pretty logical. What 3 regions do you take if you go King's Barrage build that they talked about? Why those regions if you can't explain? Guys, I cannot create a different region and zone and you know, relic setup for everyone every time someone asks a question about it. I would never get anywhere. So apologies if I don't respond to you on your very, very specific questions. It's just tough to do that constantly all day. Because then I can't work on what I need to work on or what I want to work on. So I think what I'll end up doing is on Monday I'll have a video and we'll probably talk about this, but I think my Tuesday video will be a route video. My Monday video will probably be different builds video, where we can essentially pre-plan different zones, relics, and the build for your packs that I like, and offer like 4 or 5 different ones in that video. But I can't specify a new one for every single person's route, you know what I mean? It's just not realistic. Right, we just don't have enough time to plan everything like that. Typically later on in the day is when I go through and like respond to specific people's builds. So let's just not do it early. But maybe later today. Did we get any new reveal at the top of the hour? I don't think so. I don't think anyone mentioned it. Love your video from the Jagex HQ. You really took the L, but any press is good press, right? I'm sorry, what? Oh, the TikTok style video. I see. Yeah, that was a funny little skit. I think that was Archie's idea, actually. Why are you picking Canderan again? Canderan is considered in the picks that I have right now, which could be switched out for Asgarnia because of the... I kind of like the idea with the Dogger, but overall, I'm not sure that the Dogger is going to be like giga strong. But anyways, Canderan is because it's a very quick zone, a very easy zone, a very like entry-level zone for anyone that wants to follow my routing. And it works well with my maximum fun build, which is 2 zones that are very fast. One of them's very easy, one of them's a little bit harder. And then 1 zone that takes a long time, but has a lot of content, being Mortania and a raid zone. The Dogger has less melee strength than a Rune Dagger. Does it really? Dogger has 20 melee strength. Why is the Dogger only 20 melee strength? Because it's 3-tick? I guess because it goes to 2-tick, and it scales with magic stuff, and it has a chance to cast Flames of Cerberus that increases, or that can hit a base max 10? And on top of the 2-tick, it also deals 40% extra damage with that one-handed light weapon spec. It's a Spellblade. Yeah, it's a Spellblade, and basically it's not going to be good on its own, but it is going to be good if you pair it with a fire spec. You know what I mean? So like with Dogger, I think you kind of go maybe... Let's get a better screen region to this. I just want to see if I can figure out a Dogger build. I don't know if you guys are interested in seeing this or not, but... Let's see. Whenever you attack from 2 tiles away, any style 2%. 2-handed weapons, so we can't take advantage of that one. I don't like the +5 defense levels, so I think I'd rather come here, come up to here, come over from here. Shield equipped. Not gonna have a shield on. But we could go Dogger Thorns maybe instead of Dogger Defender. we'll think about the Dogger Thorns. I want to see if I can, like, these are all so close together that we could go Dogger Thorns. Whoops. Dogger Thorns with Fire Spec. I think Dogger Thorns Fire Spec could work. You think Dogger Element? I have a feeling Dogger Thorns would be better than, but yeah, I get wearing the Element as the offhand. What is that going to look like? Devil's Element count as a shield? No, it counts as an offhand. Cogburn, your name. Thanks, guys, for the subs. Prominix, thanks for the 5 months. Had to resub for the league. Thank you, buddy. Tesk, thank you for the prime sub. Lake Dreams, Riley Reed's father. Thank you for the subs. His comment is, my daughter and I have been fans for a long time. We appreciate the content. Good luck in leagues. I don't know who that is. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Go here. Box, thanks for the 2-month prime. If your offhand is Devil's Element with Dogger, it'll add 30% fire weakness. Yeah, I'm just trying to judge if that's better than Thorns. Do you get any passive healing? Top middle for passive heal, only if you have a shield on. Just wonder if you get enough passive healing, you can add burn to it. It's a shield and an offhand. The Devil's Element is not a shield, surely. Oh, this one? Shield or offhand. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. So... we could take this off. We could take this off. So hear me out here, guys. What I think I've cooked up here is a Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert build. Not in that order. But this is a... What did they call it? Tooth of the Hound? Fang of the Hound? The Fang of the Hound. Dogger weapon. Ancients, blood spells, magic. Drygor blowpipe. Burn for all 3 combat styles synergy. Hybrid route. So, what this does, this is not a Thorns build. So what this does is your melee is the Dogger, the Fang of the Hound. Your offhand is the Devil's Element. What this does is scale fire to increase the burn effect of the dog special attack. It goes into fire to enhance the burn of the stacking damage from the 2-tick blowpipe that can also attack 2 NPCs, with your thrown weapon having its range strength increased by 80% of your melee strength. And you can camp magic spells at a 3-tick rate for Blood Barrage that also heals you, obviously, and counts as a fire spell to burn on magic as well. So you can burn with magic, you can burn with range, you can burn with melee. And then, since you have an offhand on when you're doing range or melee or magic, you also get passive healing and prey point regeneration. It's a really, like, burn everything build, agnostic to combat styles, because you can use range, mage, or magic. Range, mage, or magic. Range, mage, or melee with this. It's kind of all over the place, but it's interesting. I don't know who would want this, but it's like a Spellblade build with range viability. You have 0 overheal with this. That's true, which means you would be able to turn this off, or we add overheal somewhere by dropping one thing so we can add it right here. What do we drop for some overheal? Could drop the 35% accuracy in all combat styles. But we're not mega accurate with this. Drop the Thorns Capstone. Yeah, you're right. Why do we have that on? Never mind, we dropped 2. Okay. Because we turned off Thorns. So now we have overheal potential. And we can burn the overheal. Thrown weapons apply to blowpipes, yeah. Can we get this one as well? So we can go much higher overheal? How are you overhealing? From this right here. And if we... I think just from this right here. So we don't really need another overheal. The overhealing is just to be able to get more damage from this. That's only a 2 heal per attack though. Yep. Cage, thanks for the 1k bits. I've seen the error in my ways about the Teku build. If you have time, would you be able to recommend a starter build for rushing Moons and Gauntlet? My regions are Canderan, Tyranman, Zaya. Thanks, Dad. Did you see the Echo Boss clue update? I didn't. I'll check in a bit. Give me a sec on that, Cage, and then yes. Okay, so this is kind of like a little bit refined. But what this is the full hybrid burn build. It's a Spellblade with your Cerberus Echo Dagger, your Dogger, your Fang of the Hound as your main hand melee weapon that attacks at a 2-tick rate with several things that increase your strength and max hits with it. You have some overheal viability that can trigger burn well, what this does is this burns your overheal to increase your hit. So when you heal, your Dogger will automatically consume 5 overhealed HP and increase its hit by 5. If you want a mage, you have a 3-tick Blood Barrage that counts as a fire spell, so it applies a burn as well. You use the Devil's Element as your offhand, so your fire spells are enhanced from the Devil's Element. Your dagger is enhanced from the Devil's Element because the fire spec of the dagger scales with the fire spec of the elemental build. And then you have a Drygor Blowpipe from Echo KQ if you want a 2-tick range weapon that also scales with burn, because that applies a burn. The burn scales with this over here. So it's a full fire mage Spellblade with some range viability route. Desert, Canderan, Asgarnia. Asgarnia? Yeah. Get your Blood Fury as well. Doesn't have Mortania. only 80% regeneration. Yeah, but magic's not really the primary focus of it, nor is range. But yeah, you can maybe toss some regen down in some other places. Will the fire pact kill you, this one? No, because if you're gonna mage... If you're gonna mage, you're healing constantly with Blood Barrage. It'll kill you in doggering, though. So that's gonna damage you in doggering. But it doesn't hit all the time, right? Isn't that only like a 5% chance? So perhaps this will keep you up. And then this also heals you. Slowly. The spec is guaranteed? So you somehow need more healing. I mean, I guess you could just, like, switch to Mage, toss on Blood Barrage, and heal. But I think you're right. I think you might need a lot of healing with this. It can kill you, they confirmed. They confirmed that the effect that cannot directly kill you can kill you. That's very confusing. Oh, can't. Oh, yeah. Flask, I guess? True. But, you know, honestly, that's a good point. Long term, this has these two abilities which are going to damage you to increase your they're going to hit you to increase your damage output. You need some sort of healing capability. But this build does synergize really well with Flask, which can heal you to full and restore your spec. And Flask is going to have a much lower cooldown with this build because you're attacking mega fast with multiple hit splats. A ton of hit splats. So it could work. I don't love it, but it's just an idea. Heavy Ballista versus King's Barrage. To me, it looks like King's Barrage is going to be significantly faster than Heavy Ballista. If you cast Stun, it's a 12 HP heal. Did we spec into Regenerate Fire Rune with that? I already reloaded, so I don't really know what it was. We did. $39 packs. What am I missing? Okay, so kind of... So kind of funny with this build. Hang on, Nuclear, thanks for the 1,000 bits, man. Give me just a sec, buddy. You guys have found a way to get around me not building specific routes for people by donating 1,000 bits, I see. I can't believe I rebuilt this whole thing trusting the guy that said cast a stun so you can heal 12. I don't have anything that heals me when casting a stun, man. I would have to spec into this and burn one somewhere. And then I only have an 80% chance anyways. Are you gonna ban me like Bodhi? Am I being too disruptive? I'm considering it just for the main character ability. Like, what's with the main character? What are you talking about, man? When was I even, like, directing anything towards you? Why would I ban you? Sorry, man. My ego is too big at the moment. I'm traveling. There's a word for this. The flash reduction's every 10. Yeah, so if you're hitting 0 to 9, it actually doesn't reduce that at all. Anyways, man, no, I don't have any reason to ban you, dude. I'm happy to have you here as long as you're just a chill dude. What relics do you think about taking for cash? Larceny solves cash in my build. Also, Soul gives me unlimited blood runes or other runes, like wrath runes, that I can sell to a shop for money. Can I show my build? My most recent YouTube video starts with about a 6-minute full explanation of my build, including zones, relics, and packs. It will change slightly as I refine it and get better once we look at calculators when the calculators are working, but it's a really good way to go over the build for now, man. And I front-loaded that information to start the video with it to make it very clear for you so you don't have to go searching through the video. Pizza, thanks for the 8-month Prime sub. Chew it, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Okay, I had 2,000-bit donations from Cage and Nuclear. Let me get into Cages first. I've seen the error of my ways about the Teku build. If you have time, would you be able to recommend a starter build for rushing Moons and Gauntlet? My regions are Canderan, Taranwin, Zaya. Thanks, Dad. So if you're good at PVM, and you're just asking for a starter build, so I'm not going to fully build this out, but to get you to your first Echo Boss, personally, I think it's better to go for Corrupted Gauntlet as your first Echo Boss instead of going for Echo Amox as your first Echo Boss, if you're good at PVM. So if you know Gauntlet, if you spec into this right here, this is only 7 points to give you a 1-tick staff in CG. You have about 10 points available by the time you get to CG. You could also spec into this, which I think would give you 1-tick healing for 1 HP in CG. I haven't gotten confirmation on that. The powered staff healing with water runes is still kind of like a question mark for me, but I think this gives you an 80% chance to heal 1 tick, heal at the 1-tick staff in CG. I'm just not 100% certain. I think it counts as a powered staff. We're unsure if the CG staff counts as a powered staff. That's the problem. But for 9 packs with this build, you can do Echo CG with a 5-to-1 build. And CG very easily, you know, even without 5-to-1, even if you're just like switching to a bow or something. So you can use this as an early route. If you are going into Echo Amox instead, personally, I think I like the blind bag build, which is going to go up to here for 7 points and then branch out wherever you see best fit. Otherwise, with this build, what you end up doing is getting several double hitting weapons for your blind bag, or at least just one with like 5 trash extra hitting weapons just for some extra DPS. But you get 48 Slayer, which is the problem with this. You have to you spec into melee, and then you have to get 48 Slayer before you can do either the Ice Boppers, which is probably your best bet. You do the Perilous Moon, or you do the quest that gives you Echo Amox, the quest that unlocks Amox, I forget what it's called. And then you get the Ice Boppers, the Frost from the Frost Nagwas, I forget what they're called. But you get the Ice Boppers from the Frost Nagwas, the Glacial Tech Paddles from Heart of Darkness. And then you do Echo Mox with basically whatever items that you can get as your blind bags from shops, basically. You could also, before you do that, go kill Sulfur Nagwas for Sulfur Blades if you want more double-hitting weapons. Before you do Echo Mox, some people are going to go into doing Perilous Moons to try to get better armor, Blood Moon, Tech Paddle, or not Tech Paddles, but Makoidos, things like that. But I think this is kind of your route if you're going to go for Echo Mox. That being said, Canderan, Taranwin, Zaya. If you're good at PVM, I think you go Tyranwen first. If you're not good at PVM, I think you go Canderan first. Just because I think it's a better leveling zone than Tyranwen is early on. And then you do Tyranwen second. Zaya last, definitely with your build, is what my guess would be. Nuclear, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Hey man, thanks for all the guides over this time. You're welcome. Makes leagues real fun. I want to go melee focus with Tyranwen, Wilderness, and Desert because I find the content fun. Gecko's Planner says I only have 50% solved. Am I cooked? I have a harder time trusting the solved percentage on Gecko's Planner. So instead, let's just take a look at what we can do with it. You want to go Tyranwen? Thank you, J-Duds, for the 15 months. In your fun build, what does Canderan give other than the Trident if you have an eye? An easy zone with fast tasks that you don't have to work very hard for, rather than something like Canderan or Asgarnia or Desert, who has, you know, it's a much more content-focused zone that has a shit ton of content you have to get through, which makes it much harder to gain points. With Canderan, you get points extremely fast. You get to tier 8 much faster. You also get Piety, you get a Cult Necklace, you get Ring of Suffering if you want to go for a Thorns build, etc., etc. You're a loser? I'm sorry, man. Oh, are you responding to the other guy?
Thanks for the pines on that.
Listen, man, let's not be so hateful in the chat. Let's just be a little bit more happy, dude. We don't need to be hateful. We're happy here, bro. This is good league vibes here, man. Okay, Wilderness and Desert, right? I'd probably take Wilderness last with this setup because almost all of the content in the Wilderness is boss related and they're not super difficult bosses, but you want to have better stats and gear by the time you get to them, I think, because there's a lot of points behind those. Desert has a ton of training methods early on that you can get into. It juices your magic. I'd actually take Desert first with this setup. So I take Desert first, Tyranwen second, Wilderness third. We know that Larceny is a lock-in because Tyranwen, that's going to solve our crafting and our smithing and our thieving, though you don't necessarily have to. It's actually, you know, oddly enough, it's not a lock-in. If you're fine with doing Giant's Foundry, you don't have to have Larcenist here. Just a thought, because you also have a ton of tasks that are in the Pyramid. But still, if you're trying to have fun with the League and, you know, juice through things quicker, Larcenist still could be the fun option. I go Endless Harvest. With this setup, I don't need Hotfoot because I have really good smithing solves in 2 different ways. So I go Woodsman. Woodsman is going to solve your fire making, your farming. It's going to benefit your herb lore, and it's going to mega solve your hunter as well. I go I because Wilderness. Here, you could take Transmute for maximum fun, but you don't really need to because you have Barrage spells, so you have Giga Magic training. So maybe you take Jenkins, just, you know, Jenkins, you know, I would like this, please. You could do that. You could also take Clues. Really, you could take whatever you want in tier 4. It doesn't really matter. With this, personally, I like Culling Spree, especially because you have so many Slayer-related things and Wilderness, so you want to be able to choose Rev tasks, and you want to be able to choose burstable tasks with both zones that have really good burst tasks. Tier 7... you have a lot of potential here to do whatever you want with it. You can take Soul Harvest to give yourself 99 or 50 mil Rune Crafting and Prayer for 2 very easy skill solves. You can recall to Barb Gathering, which will juice your gathering spells, but it's kind of overkill. You could take Flow State or Foe State if you want to have just 2 take everything. I'd probably take the 250 mils from Soul Harvest, and I take Minion, but you can also take Flask with this setup and have a lot of fun with it. You have enough answers. You're not going for league completion with this setup. You're not really going for first dragon rank with this setup. You're going for a semi, you know, fun and content. If you're shooting for like 30k league points on the high end, you get all of the tasks completed. You get all of the tiers completed. You get to play with a lot of content, but you don't need to finish the league. You can even push this up to 50 or 60k points. You can get dragon tier with this, definitely. You have a lot of flexibility. Don't worry about the solve percentage. Worry about getting these things out of the red because it gives you enough good options. You don't need all the good options. It gives you enough good options. Solved is like, I have the fastest option to 50 mil with this skill. That's what solved means. with this, you don't have the fastest option to 50 mil with a lot of skills, but you have a lot of good options. What about prayers? They're not that important. You could definitely take Grimoire if you want to. You could recall to Grimoire if you want to, but they're not that important. If you want to juice PVM and be a more PVM focus, you want to look at Grimoire. If you want to be more point focus, you don't want to look at Grimoire. It's kind of how that goes. But you can definitely take Grimoire for prayers with this if you want to. If you're going to do that, I think it's fine. Slayer's not super difficult with these zones, so I think it's fine. Why Soul Harvest and Transmute? Not necessarily locked in there, just giving them options. Why no Foe State? Foe State's good, but it has a lot of issues. If you are Endless Harvest, you're already solved on those skills. The other skills, you probably already have other solves for through other relics that you've taken. So if you're Endless Harvest, Foe State doesn't really work amazingly. If you're Barb or if you're Abundance, like I think Foe State works with Abundance the best because it gives you a lot of faster training options when you have no gathering solves. But realistically, reloading to a gathering tier 1 relic might be better. It might be better to reload to Endless Harvest or reload to Barb if you're a Abundance taker. The problem with Flow State, if you don't have Endless Harvest, is having a 2-tick mining node is great, but you still have to wait for respawns, so you still have to move around, so you lose ticks in that. So it's not really 2-tick unless you're on something that is like Motherlode Mine, Shooting Stars, the Prey Rocks, whatever else. A little bit better there. You kind of run into more issues like that, you know what I mean? It's good. I don't think it's amazing. Super helpful, dude. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good luck in this league, brother. Happy health and happiness to you and your family. Excited to see what pink robe shenanigans show up in the guide this year. We'll have something, man. Surely. Thank you for the 400 bits. Jojo, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Going KTM War Turtle build. Water Air Tank with Thorns. Best mage shield in these regions is the Brudu shield. Want shield instead of mage offhand. Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert, Mauritania. Best shield being a Brudu shield. Honestly, I probably just go DFS and accept that you're going to be slightly less mage accuracy. If you're going tank, it's not a bad idea to have something that's a little bit tankier. I'd just go with the DFS or a crystal shield. I think it's fine. You have enough nodes that give you an increase to your accuracy that I don't think you need to worry about that. So you could take the Brooder shield for the memes, but I'd probably go with a tank shield. DFS or crystal shield. Thank you for the 400 bits, man. Will you make a guide for early hunter contracts? I'm going to accept that there's probably multiple of them in the league Discord already. And I'm probably not going to make a guide for it, no. There's the answer out there somewhere, so I don't really need to go through and work on the answer. It's there somewhere, we just need to find it. Wafs, thanks for the 8-month resub. Guys, I gotta go AFK real quick. I haven't taken my AG1 today. I'm going to go grab my AG1 real quick. I'll be right back. And coffee.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Dropped a jelly bean. Powered staves do not regenerate runes directly.
Oh, poggers, dude.
Hey, yo, for sure. Thanks for purchasing a mug, man. Appreciate you, brother. This mug gives increased RNG, right? Following along with the leagues all the way. Big good luck on finding a build to stick to. Thanks. It's been tough, man. So I think I'm pretty set on blind bag. How the minutia of the blind bag goes, I'm not sure, but we'll see. Powered staves don't regenerate runes directly. They regenerate charges. If you have a pact that says regenerating one charge counts as regenerating one fire rune, then that's what that does. Husky, can you confirm, is the CG staff a powered staff? We know it's a two-handed, so it'll go to a two-hand, one-tick staff. But if I put a point in the regenerate charges water one, can I regenerate 1 HP? It's already confirmed? Beautiful, thank you. That's very... It's not two-handed? But it is a powered staff? Husky, this is the two-handed slot table on the wiki. You will find nothing here because this is apparently melee weapons. It's somewhere. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Husky, this is the... Fuck, that scared me. Why are my kick gifted subs sound so loud?
Une just subscribed.
Jason, thank you for the 5 gifted on kick, bro. Mr. Cheese, thanks for the 7-month sub. The two-handed slot items category on the wiki
Q11 just
has the corrupted
subscribed.
staff from CG as a two-handed item. It doesn't matter because it's one tick either way, but technically the wiki has it at two-handed.
Just subscribed. Lethal Shot just subscribed.
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
That's the first time I've read it that way. It does matter. Actually, it does matter, Eat Banana. Because of that 8 damage difference, so it does matter. So the wiki says it won't be 8 damage less. Sounds like a wiki problem, says Husky. Yeah, if it's one hand, then it's 8 damage less, which is not great, but I thought it was not going to be 8 damage less because it shows as a two-handed item. Why does that kid keep saying thanks for the poison data? It's the first time I've seen that said as poison. It's my daughter, about a year ago, saying thanks for the prime sub data. But most people think it says pinecone, so we have a pinecone emote in the chat if you want to use it.
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Corey's, thanks for the 5-month resub. Still sus, thank you for the sub, man. It was a funny day. It was a funny day. If you want to see something great. Exclamation cow. She was really young. I think maybe a year and a half. I gotta turn the music on for YouTube, so gotta remember to turn it back off. I think she was a year and a half when she was in my office, and she was just sitting with me for a little bit, so she was watching what was going on. What do you see? Dog?
Cow. Thanks for the pines.
Cow. I can't hear. We go back. What do you see?
Cow.
Dog?
Cow.
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 Yeah, moo. That's what the cow says. It kind of looks like a cow, doesn't it?
Dada.
What do you see?
Cow.
Did you hear her moo?
Dog?
Listen to this moo.
Cow.
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 Yeah, moo. That's what the cow says. It
Her cow moo used to be so cute. If I give myself a shield while I'm in the gauntlet, I can equip it with a staff that's one-handed? Damn. Wiki needs to fix that. Thanks for the clarification, man. Also, very clever way to test that, by the way. Kind of impressed. Wait, make sure that we don't have music on YouTube. Quick testing is always in game. Quickest testing is always in game. Pancake, thank you for the 2-month prime.
Pines on Dada.
Has Jagex confirmed if the plus 25% damage on style swap synergizes with the Dogger Fire Burn, BBC, Ice Barrage, Range Echo melee hits?
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Hey Husky, real quick, does the plus 25% damage boost work with the Dogger Fire Burn, BBC, Barrage, Ice, Range Echo melee hits? Big fan of your seasonal event content. Best of wishes. My head hurts. All of our heads hurt, bro. Honestly, man, I think the way that it works is if you have a certain style on and you max hit, you have to put a different weapon on of a different style to get the max hit benefit. But like the way that I asked it yesterday was if I main hand, and it was very confusing actually in the live stream because I think I don't know if Husky fully understood the question. Because he confirmed that it worked and then went on to explain exactly the opposite of what I thought he just confirmed. But if I'm using a Hallie main hand and it triggers a ranged echo hit that max hits, I was wondering if that ranged echo hit rolls as range, so my next Hallie swing would hit 25% higher. And he said it works exactly as you expect it to, which that was what I expected. And then he went on to explain I would have to switch to a crossbow because it rolls as melee, not as range. Even though the thing says it rolls it triggers a ranged echo hit, it apparently rolls as melee, and I would have to put a crossbow on to then plus 25%. If the range echo triggers from melee, it's technically a melee attack, and if the range echo triggers from range, it's technically a ranged attack. On live stream, I confirmed that the range echo can proc the max hit, just that they count as melee. Melee echo builds can fish for more procs. Got it. Got it. Thank you. You know, honestly, I think so, but I'm not sure, Mogea. The question is... Hang on, I'm really enjoying jelly beans right now. If I am main-handing a Noxious Halley, and I have another Noxious Halley in my inventory, can Blind Bag trigger the Noxious Halley in my inventory because it's unique and it only says the ones in my inventory? I think the answer is yes. You just can't have two Noxious Halleys, I think. Because they wouldn't be unique weapons. You could have them there, but it wouldn't trigger the increased 2% for the extra one. Do I have a new melee build out post echo items? The echo items haven't changed my idea on my melee strategy. First thing I hear when I come in is jelly bean, and now I'm hungry. Thanks, Paul, mate. Why is it always food with you? Did you see Torvesta's picture, man? Torvesta was absolutely wrong for this. He made you take up 2 seats. It should have been 3. But then I can't choose the seat next to you, bro. If you were in those 3 seats, man, I would want to sit in the middle seat. Good morning, Evie. Good to see you, buddy. All right. When do we think the DPS calculator is going to work, boys? All it does for me is this loading screen here. Do we know when we get the task list? No, and I'm a bit bugged on it, man. I was really sure that we would end up getting the starter zone tasks, like the general and the starter zone, Varlamore easy and mediums, this week. And I'm surprised that it's not out yet. Because I have zero idea how I'm going to plan a starting route and get all the information I need to get together next week. We usually get on a Friday, but they're milking the relics still. Yeah, like I don't think we get the starter relic until we have, or the starter route until we have all the relics. And we're missing 2 relics still. Everything's not out yet, but we still don't even have the starter, so like maybe it'll come out this weekend. So I guess I'll be trying to plan in my downtime this weekend, but I don't know. The next 2 days are a relic each. So relic reveal, relic reveal. So like maybe we get the tasks on Monday or something. It's just not a lot of time. I don't love that, man. It's fine. I can build the route in a day. It's just not a ton of time. Noxious Halley main hand can proc a Noxious Halley in the inventory for blind bag. Thank you, dude. We'll be starting 2 weeks late, but thinking Halley blind bag. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Because you're starting 2 weeks late, you don't have to figure out what you're gonna do. Because you're starting 2 weeks late, you're gonna have the right answer given to you somewhere in that time. You have the biggest benefit of all of us. You'll just know what's best by then. Because thousands of people will test it for you, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't even stress if I were you, man. I wouldn't even stress. What are you taking with Reloaded? Home... blank preset build. Can I change the name of this? Probably not, huh? Can't you have 5 direct axes in your inventory for blind bag? A non-degraded one, 175 to D25. The first time it triggers that non-degraded one, it degrades. You could do it once. You know, you could skydive once without a parachute too. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. Because I think that swing would degrade it, of course. KTM means you can go into indie style and get really good damage. Yeah, it's not... I don't think that a Bofa or a Tebow is going to be insanely strong this league. Because they don't go to 2-tick. But you can, technically. It's just the range is much weaker, I think, overall. Thing is, with Desert, Terran Wind, and Wilderness, like... It's not much you have to range. I'm sorry, not Desert, Canderan, Terran Wind, Wilderness. No, not Wilderness, Mortania. What am I even saying? The Wilderness crossbow, it is two-handed, yeah. 5-tick on rapid, two-handed. Does Bofa not go to 2 ticks? The relic drops it by 1 tick, not by 2. Hey, Fo, big fan of your league routes that you've been doing. Have you nearly finalized all of your routes and steps for this league? I can't because I don't know the tasks yet, man. So once I know the tasks, I will build a route for you. You will have a document for it. You'll also probably have a video on my YouTube for it. But I cannot build it until they give us the task list. And I don't think we're going to get the task list until Sunday, maybe Monday. I'm sorry. Yeah, you asked me to look at it earlier and I forgot. The Echo boss change was that they drop elites at a 1 in 12 rate. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You made a comment on the stream yesterday that the amount of clue tasks overall went down. Last league, I think it was already dropped to 75. So was that just talking about the drop from the prior, like, 150 down to 75? Or did it go down under 75 this time? Do you use crystal armor in KTM for melee? Yes. It's too specific of a question to answer. I mean, I'm just trying to get confirmation on what he said yesterday. Because last league it was 75. And he said it went down. But I think he might have meant that it used to be higher than 75 and now it's 75. Can't remember the exact number. I believe I lowered them again. Or maybe I was looking at the wrong task as a reference. Okay. Alright. No worries. I don't care as much now because I'm probably not going for a point completion. I think I did care a little bit more yesterday. Is there any reason for taking Grimoire? My relics are not the ones shown right now. I was building a route for someone. How do you solve Herblore? I don't have an Herblore full solve, other than doing herb runs. If you want to solve Herblore, you change Transmute to Butler's Bell and you call Jenkins. This route kind of implies that you don't really care about solving stuff as much. You just want to kind of have fun with the league. So you're not necessarily going for like max or cap. Butler's Bell probably gets you there though. You can also just like take minion and AFK like Abbey Specs or Chaos Druids and have the minion auto loot it. Would map be worth with Mortania solves runecrafting. If you don't want to take Soul Harvest, if you want to take something in the place of Soul Harvest, then yeah, you go map. I think I want to take Soul Harvest there. With the KBD crossbow, your max hit is split into 2 hits? Oh. Huh. I had to hop every West Coast world to find you. Next time try adding me in-game and just looking at what world I'm on because my private's on. It went from the most broken item to the most underwhelming in a footnote. That significantly changes it, and I think a lot of people were interpreting that as like max hit twice. I mean, I guess I don't know why they would. It makes more sense for it to have a max hit same as everything else, and then split into 2, just because the main benefit of it is that you can ice barrage with it and you heal half of what you damage. Well, not half of, but you know, 30% of what you damage. It doesn't make it terrible. It's very logical, I think. But yeah, if it does 2 max hits and doesn't cut it in half, it literally makes the crossbow the only range weapon you can go with in the game because nothing else makes sense. It doesn't even begin to like balance itself. It's like them, you know, having everything in the game and then a scythe that hits 400s. So the only option is to go with the scythe that hits 400s. Do you think Evil Eye is better than map? It all depends on the zones that you want to go and the content you want to do. I think map has a really big problem, which people are going to not consider, and then they're going to get triggered over. You don't get access to the shortcut. You teleport to the bad side of the shortcut and you have to have the level to go over it. And that's going to piss people off when they realize that. When half the teleports they want to use, they can't use, you know, and then they have to run around anyways. Map of walking is what it's going to turn into. So, like, other teleport ones, I think, have a lot of utility just because of that note. The bad side's only going to make it worse, like 40% of the time. Yeah. Do you want to take a 60% relic, though? Solve agility before tier 3? Yeah. Would you prefer Endless Harvest over plus 10 stats? I'm taking Endless Harvest. And there's basically no route that I can go in the league that would change my mind on that. Why Endless Harvest over Barbarian? Because I want to be able to 30-minute AFK whenever I feel like it. If I have to go AFK because my kids need help, if I need to cook, if I like, I've got responsibilities, and I sleep and I shower and I work out and I cook and I go on walks and like that. It is the best relic for all of those things. There's, you know, some situations where Barb is more efficient if I'm tryharding, but Endless is insane on its own and 30-minute AFK. with all of those skills. Like, it's just way too good for me, man. It's way too good for me. Bigly, thank you for the prime sub, man. I don't know if I'm gonna go transmute or butler. I think that's my biggest question mark on my fun route, is I just don't know which one of those two it's gonna be.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Thank you, Tin. Transmute's the fun option. Yeah. Butler lets me solve Herblore if I care about that. Transmute is more fun. Butler gives you fletching and con, neither of which I need solves for. What's my con solve? Make shit with mahogany planks. A mahogany plank is worth 140 XP if you're not doing mahogany homes. At 16 times, that's 2240 experience. 2240 into 50 million is 22,000 mahogany planks. It takes just over 3 hours to make 22,000 mahogany planks. So in 3 hours, you can make all of the planks that you endless harvested. And if you wanted to, you can endless harvest, you know, like teaks even faster and then transmute them into mahoganies. You don't need that much money to make 2200 mahogany planks. It's only 33 mil GP. Larcenous will get you over 150 mil from going for 200 mil XP. So 50 mil construction is not hard with mahogany planks. And then you're training at a rate of 13 mil an hour. Construction's actually so easy. You don't need to solve for it with that. What's my herb solve? I don't have one with this setup. It would just be doing herb runs, and if I want more past that, it would be doing, you know, herb runs plus like AFK and Chaos Druids or Abbey Specs to earn somewhere around 500 to 800 herbs per hour with my minion auto picking them up if I don't want to do herb runs for the whole thing. And then just tossing all those to Mixology. And that's just if I feel like going for 99 herb. Why do you need Endless Harvest when you have Butler? He can get you 50 mils while online. Why do I need Endless Harvest when I have Butler? He's not going to... You don't get Unreal Fishing, Mining, and Woodcutting experience from Butler, man. Are you making planks? The fastest sawmill in the game is in Auburnvale. We start in Varlamore. Everyone has it. Popeyes, thanks for the 27 months. Solo, thank you for the subscription on, or the membership on YouTube, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
And Costa, thanks for the Prime sub. What's my agile solve on this route? I don't think I have one. I think it's just like, you know, doing the Brimhaven tasks, you know, running some Prif if I feel like it, running some Hardy Rooftops if I feel like it, but I don't have any relic that really juices it. I can also run Hollowed Sepulchre. There's enough like agile tasks through those things that I think my solve is just completing the tasks. You know what I mean? But I don't have a relic that juices agile with this route. It is one of the holes of it. But again, I'm not going for 99 in this route. So it's one of those like, it is what it is. I'm just fine with it. Why would you not pick the Clue Relic? Because I don't care about finishing the league anymore. So I don't have much reason to pick their Clue Relic now. So I could take something that's more fun, like Transmute. Doing clues in the league just simply isn't fun. And it's going to be much less fun this time because you can't teleport directly into every clue step. Why EH over abundance? That's just what I like more. I like the AFK option. I've already explained that too many times. When did you move away from doing all the relics? Yesterday, when I just kept coming in, like running into issues of like, I think with any setup I had 3 or 4 holes where I would have to be on like a 30 to 40 hour grind to fix those holes. And I decided I don't want to spend 30 to 40 hours on one specific thing over and over in the league, because I'm just not going to enjoy playing it. So I decided to go with a more fun, fast, speedy, juiced up content route, because I think I'll enjoy it and other people will enjoy it more. And then more people can follow me into it rather than, you know, me going for max points, which people can't follow me into. Or won't. What's your agil solve? Doing the agility task myself. Guys, I've got to get off this page because I keep getting the same questions and I don't want to answer them. We need the task. We need the damn task list, man. Or a calculator that works. It's got to be so difficult to get the calculator going, but we need a calculator that works. Yours works just fine. Mine doesn't. There we go. I fixed something. Max hit 365. Fantastic. Now, mostly when I say we need a calculator that works, I mean we need a calculator that calculates things properly. $19.95. Why go Canderan is still playing for fun? Wouldn't picking clues and skipping Canderan be more fun and help points? Well, clues aren't fun, man. The fun route also considers easy tasks. Okay, so what is going on with this max hit? Why is my HP... Oh, wait, no, that's Zarpus' HP, not mine, guys. What are you talking about? You have 4 HP? This is Zarpus! What do you mean? Thank you, Hylian, for the $10. Sarvin spamming in the chat. I'm trying to figure out if using a one-handed heavy with a one-handed strength pact will proc a two-handed blind bag into range echoes off the blind bag. A one-handed weapon will not proc the two-handed blind bag. I'm trying to... okay, so you're saying the one-handed procs the blind bag? Yeah, if your one-handed is heavy and your inventory has two-handed weapons, yes, those will still proc blind bag fine. As long as your one-handed is a heavy weapon, it can still proc blind bag. Will the blind bag proc the echoes, though? The blind bag ones probably can trigger the echo hit, but your one-handed will not trigger the echo hit, would be my guess. Why is my max hit 1695 shown? Okay, so with your current build, foe, you want to buy planks from Mortania and transmute them to mahogany? I assure you I don't, because I can't buy them noted. So I'm just going to be probably woodcutting. Blind bag plus quad echoes. But it's not going up per weapon I add. Wouldn't it imply that wouldn't that imply like it should go up when I add weapons, because those could trigger? Endless harvest, making normal planks and then transmute. You cannot transmute planks, guys. You can transmute logs. Yeah, I guess I don't care about max hit, but I kind of care about max hit. I'm kind of curious, you know. Afro, thank you for the 5, man. Hey, Fo, after thinking too much about the Echo Bluetooth blind bag BBC reach around, I have an updated Max Fun Dad build link in the chat. With Tribrid, fun Echo weapons with blind bag and range echoes, fast bows, shadow, etc. Thinking Zam for bow, ZTM, KZM. Thank you for the 5, man. I already don't like it because you're skipping out on increasing your blind bag max hit potential. Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert. 2-tick life leech bow. Yeah, I think rather than juicing your ranged echoes, you take this. It's probably more DPS, I would guess. It's only 10% though. I think this is going to get you less than 10%. Well, I mean, I still think that's worth it. I don't know. I could be wrong. Your magic weapon's gonna be weak. your melee side is going to be weaker than it could be. Much weaker than it could be, because it doesn't have any of the things that kind of juice it a little bit. And we'll have some of the things. I don't think you need this tile, do you? I think I'd rather take that. Because you're not really doing special attacks. Well, maybe you are. Maybe you have ZCB for special attacks. I don't know. It's kind of all over the place, man. Like, it's interesting. But it's kind of like... I think it's too much of, like... Jack of all trades, but master of none. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to be... okay in all combat styles. You're going to be juiced in range, probably. So, like, if range is going to be your main combat style, then maybe this works well. Maybe it could work well with, like, you know, Chambers' Eric or something like that. You know what I mean? It's interesting. If I... 24.3... 25.9. That actually does a good amount there. I think I like having some healing off of one tick staff. What's my prey bonus in this setup? Not Giga. 11? +5 from Blessing? Ah, true. And the Blessing's not on here yet, is it? The Blessing's on? They just added it, refresh? Oh, really? Wow, I forgot that all of this considers no Blessing. I get those gloves? I don't know. I think those from a different build that I have. Oh, it's because I hit the max melee build earlier. There's no echo boppers yet.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Thank you, One Tick Whisk. 28.7. Ultor adds 1 DPS. I have the wrong boots also. I most certainly do not.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Thank you, Zayon. We don't get any immunity to dragonfire or poison, etc. You like in a relic, you mean? Weren't you doing echo boots and suffering? Not currently. Not right now. I'm looking at other things potentially. trying to get an idea of like how much DPS some of these nodes give us. It's like this one isn't calculating at all for DPS. The Arania boots might give another max hit with a prey bonus. Turn off Calling Spree since Zarpus can't be on task. Well, I think it considers that because it's not changing my DPS. Where is more accuracy? This is worth 0.4 DPS. I think recoiling off of the Echo Boots and a Suffering might give me more DPS. But I guess it just depends on what content I'm doing. Guys, stop thinking too much about Zarpus. Just put something there for now. Ray, thanks for the $2, man. ZTW thinking mid-game Hespori Bow build, then respec. I like it. Hespori Bow is going to be an extremely good mid-game build that I think you could potentially take to late game as well. And it's one that you can solve without too many packs and get pretty damn good DPS in. 10-second time to kill on Thermi. It's not bad. Ah, it doesn't have that I can attack Zuck. Isn't the Varlamore Echo a heavy weapon? Yeah, I think so. But I don't think the Infernal Tech paddles are on here. Any suggestions for first-time point capping? The best way to do it is try to figure out how you're solving all your skills, how you're solving all your tasks with your zones. Look at the, like, go to the wiki and use the Raging Echo task list. And genuinely, like, this is how I like kind of getting an idea of which zones you want to take for point cap. Raging Echo League. Make sure it's showing all tasks, which it is. And then, oh man, why is Raging Echo now not letting me sort by zone? Genuinely, why do you hate us, Wiki? Like, I would say sort by reverse completion percentage. Like yesterday, they were allowing you to click each one of these. Why is this not happening? Need to click zone on the top table? I don't think you do, man. Because this is still going to show the same amount. You're not logged in, you don't need to be logged in. Anyways, sorting by what the least amount of completion percentage was last league gives you a good idea of what the very shit tasks for completion are. You know what I mean? Like people in Mortania struggled with the TOB combat achievements. So it just kind of gives you an idea. Like if you take Zaya, maybe consider you got to get the fish sack. That kind of sucks. Just kind of identifies like some of the bigger outliers. Though it's a little bit easier when they allow you to click this and sort just by one zone, which yesterday you could, and for some reason right now I can't. Because then you can go by zone and see what the worst ones on each section were. Like Canderan, the least finished task in Canderan last league was like completing one game of Castle Wars. Everything else was like even Myth Dragons for the Dragon Full Helm was done more often. So it gives you an idea of what's a fast zone and what's not. I liked, I think, either Canderan, Turanwin, Mortania, or Zaya, Turanwin, Canderan, Turanwin, Mortania, or Canderan, Turanwin, Zaya for total completion. I think an insane amount of your tasks are collection logs, so if you don't have Clue Relic, I feel like you're fucked, but I think Bodhi's going for a total completion without the Clue Relic. But, I don't know. There are holes in either. If you don't take Zaya, you have to have a solve for getting Master Clues, and that's an issue. Is the dogger on here? No. Can you explain the butler? If I read the wiki correctly, it's a free 50 mil and 7 skills. You don't have enough time in the league to get 50 mil in all those 7 skills, man. I think someone said you have time for like 50 mil herblore and then like 300 more hours or something. Thank you for the throw. Yeah, sorry I can't answer that a little bit better, man. I found I was gonna do point cap and I found it so frustrating with some of the grinds that I would have to do that I just ditched it, man. Would picks like Desert, Asgarnia, Mortania be an idea? There's plenty of gear in those regions. There's a shit ton of bossing content, so it's going to take you a long time to get through all the tasks, and it might be hard for you to earn points overall. Fewer of the points come from easy to get things. Why doesn't this give me my average hit? I kind of like Gearscape gives you your average hit. And why is 84 damage specifically so high? Click show more. Expected hit. Oh. Huh. Max it without procs? Hmm. Expected hit's kind of a good thing to judge off of. Expected hit goes big up if I use the Scythe main hand instead of a Halley. But I'm not at 7 tile distance now. So it goes big down. And would it be 1 range or 2? It'd be 2 range, right? Or would it be 3? Noxious and blind bag. I don't like that we can't add multiple Dark Axes right now. $84.6. $81.5. Oh, it does. Blood spells not requiring fire runes is kind of a funny anti-synergy. Yeah. How do you feel about maintaining the 7-tile range with Noxious Halley for maximum DPS? It's not going to be doable everywhere, but if it's not doable, maybe you just like toss a Scythe on and main hand the Scythe, you know what I mean? For those instances. Very possible. I think you're built well enough for that, you know? The fire capstone, the fire spell itself bounces to 2 enemies nearby, or if the burn bounces. I think it's the burn that bounces, but I'm not entirely certain. Maybe. Got hungry, needed a snack. I'm trying to decide if I want to start just using the old task list to build a starting route. I just think that, like, if they release the task, it's going to get thrown out to the side instantly. There's only like 30 total easy and mediums in Varlamore? Really? Man. I can't. So they've got to be adding like 100 or something, huh? Man. Do we have any idea when they would drop tasks? No, we don't, man. Last year was Friday, apparently, before. But this year they haven't said, man. Decided on your combat styles? I'm most definitely going to be melee-based, regardless of what I do, I think. I think my zones allow for a really strong mage off-spec as well, or even a mage main spec if I want to respec, you know what I mean? So... like, I can go into a Juiced Shadow, I think, with a Crystal Armor and a Cult build that I have access to. So, I think it works well with my zones. What, gloves with your build? Conflictions if mage, and otherwise, I think you just camp a Regeneration Bracelet. I'm not 100% on that, but I think you just camp the Regeneration Bracelet. Harvest My K Corna, thank you for the 15-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate you, brother. Also, just gonna pause real quick. Chat, hey! You guys want to check out my sponsors at AG1? You can do so by scrolling down under the stream and clicking AG1 down here. It'll pull up my deal with AG1 that they give me access to since I'm sponsored with them, which is a starter bundle. If you're not familiar with AG1, AG1 is a... basically, it's a comprehensive nutritional supplement. It has all of the vitamins and minerals that you need, probiotics and prebiotics, all mixed up into one. And it's extremely tasty because last year they came out with different flavors. The citrus, tropical, and berry. I personally use tropical. That's my favorite one. But all of the flavored ones are extremely good. You can also pick up the normal, like OG flavor if you like more like a matcha tea style, you know, taste. I know a lot of people don't prefer that, so I heavily recommend the flavored ones. But if you guys do want to check out AG1, you get a free welcome kit with my code. It'll automatically put in the code at checkout for you. It should just be FO or drinkag1.com/FO. That will get you it as well. You get a canister, you get the metal scooper, you get a shaker as well. You get the flavor sampler of all of the new flavors, so you can try out which one you like the most. And you also get a year supply of vitamin D3 and K2. If you're not familiar with vitamin D3 and K2, most people are deficient in vitamin D. Vitamin D uptakes in your body the best when you combine it with K2, which is why they do it. It also uptakes better if you have it in a liquid form rather than a powder form. All you need is one drop in your AG1. Super easy. And if you're a gamer, you're probably really deficient in vitamin D because we don't go outside that much. So it's definitely something that I consider when I supplement things. But if you guys want to simplify your daily routine, AG1's a great way to do it. You don't have to think of all sorts of different vitamins and minerals that you take it throughout the day, whatever else. You just take everything all at once in a very tasty mixed drink. So exclamation AG1 in the chat. And you can also check out AGZ for sleep. It is a non-melatonin based sleep aid, and it is fantastic. That is what I use, and it is what I'm going to be using right before the league because it makes me sleep great the night before, kind of like calm down and kind of settle down in my routine, so I can actually like cool the nerves a little bit. But Fo, don't you go outside a lot with your kids? Yes, but I also live in Washington State where a lot of the year it's just cloudy, which is why my doctor heavily recommends that I supplement vitamin D. Anyone that lives in a very cloudy location probably has that same recommendation from their doctor. No more Texas. I'm back in Washington now. I only visit Texas for a couple months out of the year, but I live in Washington. How much time before bed do you take AGZ? Like 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes. Halifax, Canada, same recommendation? Yep. You're from Brazil? Hey, you guys got some servers, right? Did you guys just get RuneScape servers? Vamos. Garg staff. The Gargalon staff is one-handed. Advice on taking all 3 raid regions. Don't. You're welcome. You're gonna hate it. I've done it in a Trailblazer. It's horrible. If I don't go wilderness and get a crystal tool seed, is it impossible to get a crystal pick? I think so. Unless you have desert as well. Do you think surge damage will be bad compared to shadow damage? Maybe not with the Devil's Element? I don't know. Is Devil's Element and the Quadrant on there yet? Probably not, huh? The Quadrant does 2 mage splats. Yeah, but the second one hits less damage like a Twin Flame, right? What are my thoughts on a full Thorns build? Full Thorns is good and bad. Since we have Echo things, should we build a few like absolute full routes? Probably. Faux serious question. Do you know if AGZ is safe for kids? I don't know, and it's not something I would be comfortable suggesting. I would say talk to your doctor. Your family doctor would probably have that answer, and be able to suggest something else if it's not. I just don't know, you know. There might be the information on AG1's website. I'm just not really sure. Hey Paul, weren't they supposed to release Turtle today? I think that was yesterday, maybe? The Expedition Turtle, and what they released was the relic that the dudes designed. So the turtle was just memes, I think. Thorns. Max Thorns. Max Thorns Dogger? Denny B Thorns. Let's build a Denny B Thorns. Denny B Max Thorns. A D-Claw build? I haven't cooked the D-Claw build. Did it be spec will restore spec rate? Maybe. You think your Denny B spec or your Denny B build is just maximum spec instead of like blind bag? They're under 1 kg and you can spam spec. I don't know if you're going to be able to spec as much as you think though. Wait. 2% per hit. You get 4 hits, you get 8. It's a two-handed weapon, so you can do it from 2 tiles away, so you get 16. You get a double hit splat. Will not trigger on special attacks, though. You know, Pip, I think it could be interesting. But the downside of it is spec spamming with declaws, I don't think would ever be as impressive as spec spamming with a Thunder Kopesh. So I feel like even if it's decent, it's going to feel overwhelming. Underwhelming. But I don't know. It could be crazy, I don't know. You will be perfectly whelmed with it? Maybe you will, I mean, like, could be. One, 2, 3. 5 regen, 5 defense, 10 defense here. Does range feel underwhelming? I don't think that we can really know until we can see the proper numbers in the DPS calculator. This is your take on door? If I go door, I'm gonna consider a full maximum door. I think I would want a max door with no alternative combat styles. Where you just literally door everything. Door takes away your max fund regions. I'm not building a door for myself. What I want to do is theorize 5, maybe 6 different builds to be able to put a video together this weekend on it. Because I think on Monday I'm going to have to spend all of my time planning a route, so I won't be able to plan that video this weekend. So I think that's what I want to do today. Is build maybe 5, maybe 6 or 8. What about like 6 or 7 different builds? You know? So like this, I think, is a max door. It could possibly be switched to be a bit better. But I need 4 to get to this for even more overheal. I don't think we need more overheal though. I think we have enough overheal with this. $40 points as if a doorer is gonna clear the special Jad challenge. Okay, there you go, bro. Just take one off somewhere, man. Take off spec right here. Thank you. I hope you pushed up your glasses when you said thank you. You have so much healing with this. I think you have to go for the burn. With Max Door, you think we're in Justy or you think we're in Torva? Oath plate, you think? Yeah, not many people are going to take Zaya and Mortania, so let's consider just Zaya. Zaya, well, but you can have Canderan-Asgarnia for max door. So you can have Torva with Oath plate if you can't get it. And you take Canderan as your other so you can get the Suffering, because that's necessary with max door. How do you deal with Olm head and hand as a door build? Well, you could just Olm with other people, or you could just do door after you're done with, you know, all of the Zaya grind. You don't max door before you have a door, so you go with a different build until you get the things you need, and then you can just play the League on max door for fun. Entry respec 10 to 20 point build in the video. Yeah, I'll give 2 different options for that, I think. We'll go into starter builds after we build a few in-game builds. So what are the benefits of the max door here? We're only 15 levels boosted in defense, but I don't think we want defense giga boosted because we kind of want to get hit sometimes. And we're already not going to get hit very much. A torture ammy? Depends on if it keeps us over. We get more benefit out of the Fury because of the Prey node. Oh, we took off Prey node though. We still need to take off 2 more as well. We could ditch spec. Consider it an AFK door build. And then put melee strength back. What's our prey bonus with this? 23. Actually, that's really fucking good. Could take this off for a free. We could get some spec back at range. But I'd rather have this and take this off if I can get to it. So we just stand in melee range. Nope, need that. Wish I didn't just do that. Have you had luck in prepping merch in time for the League? I had plans to have Volcaban, which I was in talks with him and everything for it. He said he was ready for it. I had plans for Volcaban to design a League merch piece called Misthalin Burns, and it was going to be a setting of basically my character in front of the Lumbridge Castle with Lumbridge Castle burning and a Yama meatball coming down onto the Lumbridge Castle. I was going to have him draw that up, like custom draw the whole thing. I had to get in contact with Jagex for it because when it comes to Jagex IP, if you're going to create merch, you can't create more than 100 products of a certain design without getting licensing taken care of from them. And they basically let me know that they wouldn't be able to take care of the licensing in time. So I couldn't get that approved by them to be able to release it on time, so I'm not doing it. which kind of sucks. Alpha, thanks buddy for the 69 months, man. So I might release something else, but couldn't get the licensing approved for that. Why did I just put Halion? Whoops. That's where I'm wrong. Did my zones change after the Echo announcement? They did not. I think they're all still covered fine. Is this where we want to be with our max, door bag build? Thorn door bag? Not this one, huh? Maybe we want double melee range. I don't think you need it for anything though, do you? Did they confirm if things like a door could reach Kree if you have double melee range? They did? Oh, okay, cool. I think this is a good max door build. Do we know if Antler Guard's considered a shield? I think you can equip it in game and it'll tell you, right? Maybe it won't. It's offhand. The wiki should tell you if it's offhand or shield though, I think. It's offhand? There you go. Why do you pick range packs with it? The range packs are to buff your echo range hit. I made a Sunlight Hunter crossbow with a max hit of 315 every 5 ticks. I think the calculator might be wrong on that one, man. Max echo rolls? Even with max echo rolls, I don't think that's right. What do you think it hits? Like a... Do you think it hits like a 63? Yeah, I think my notifications are paused. My bad, I'll turn those back on. Crumb, thank you for the 17 months. Alpha, thanks for the 69 months. Hades, the 9 months. Dabo, thanks for the 100 bits. Tyler, thanks for the $2 super chat. Any good builds for Canderan Wilderness Zaya? BBC or Mage? Canderan Wilderness Zaya. Yeah, BBC or Mage would work well. I think Canderan Wilderness Zaya enables the King's Barrage pretty decently, because you get an Anguish, you get a lot actually. J Sparks, thanks for the gifted. You get an Anguish, you get the full actually no, you don't. I feel like you would maybe take Asgarnia instead of Canderan if you want the King's Barrage build. Canderan Zaya on its own is basically max mage. You have Conflictions, you have full Ancestral, you have an Occult Necklace, you have a 2-tick Shadow that's just insane. You can also get a very, very strong one-handed Accursed Scepter from the Wilderness to juice anything that you need there, which is crazy. 1 tick, you know? So that's very good as well. For range, I don't know that I love it as much. For mage, I like it. RPG, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Why are we 100 bidding? Oh, is there a Golden Kappa? There's a Golden Kappa train. Is A really needed for range when you have Huey armor? I mean, no, but I mean, that's like saying, you know, do I really need Torva when I have Torag? Why would I go for Oathplate if I have full dragon? Eclipse armor is better, I would say, for pretty much all of your purposes. That'd be my guess. RCB Onyx Bolts can do 400 plus hit max hit. Make sure you're not considering things the wrong way, guys. A 400 max hit is going to be if all of your extremely rare to hit 4 echoes on top of everything max, or hit, rather. It's hard to trigger that. Hang on, I'm going to copy the max door here. Okay. So, let's talk about this a little bit. The idea behind this one is the maximum thorn distanced door, right? So, this is like, I've finished things on the league, I want to build something and I want to play around. I've got the gear that I want, I've, you know, kind of made it to tier 8 relic, I just want to play, right? It's kind of the idea of what I want to do with a few of these, just to see what the potential is. And this would be... Thank you, Ramza, for the 5 gifted, man. Lost Logic, Cam Cool, Joy, and Jojo, and RPG, thanks for the 100 bits each. This would be Canderan-Asgarnia, so you can get full Torva or Oathplate if you want to. Both very good tank sets. A Din's Bulwark. Otherwise, you're essentially sitting in a Fury. You could use a Torture, but I think a Fury is probably better because you have the relic or the pack that gives you more strength with Prey bonus. Regeneration Bracelet, Ring of Suffering, and Echo Boots. So your Echo Boots are charged, your Ring of Suffering is charged. Those are both going to scale with the door build. Let's go back to this and let's explain the build a little bit. You go into melee, you have 2 tile distance with any melee weapon, so you can attack with the door with 1 tile in between you and your opponent. That means you can AFK Kriara if you want to. You have Blind Bag, so you're using a Din's Bulwark, which counts as a shield, and it counts as a 2-hand melee weapon, so you can trigger Blind Bag with God Swords as your Blind Bag weapons. There's 5 God Swords, you can have a unique one for all of them. They have extremely high strength bonus, so it's actually quite good. You have Range Echoes that trigger at a 20% rate, because you have this one, and you can also scale them with these, because all 3 of these work with the Range Echo one, so we're going to mention that a few times as we do different builds. So the Range Echoes also have a 20% chance to max hit, and they cannot miss. They can also trigger up to 4 times with this one, and we come over here for some extra maximum HP. We have 2 maximum HP nodes, so our max HP is about 159 in this, and we have passive healing because every time something hits a 0, we heal 2 HP and we get 2 prey points back. That's why this is an AFK pet grinding build. Now, we also can heal twice. Well, we have 2 healing nodes from thorns or a melee weapon, plus 10% chance to heal on each of these. So 20% chance to heal when you deal... Hang on. So when we attack with a melee weapon or with thorns, we have a 20% chance to heal based on the distance between you and your target. So if things are attacking us from a distance while we're focusing on one monster, think like in the Inferno, those distance things will heal us a lot when this triggers, like 7, 8, 9 HP because they're 8 or 9 tiles away. Or if something's right next to you, you heal 1 when that happens. Or since we're distance, you heal 2 when that happens. That's not going to be 0 healing. That's actually going to heal quite a bit, I think. And because these are packs that heal, they can overheal you. So HP won't, like a shark is not going to overheal you, but when you heal from packs, you can overheal. So we can get up to 159 HP from this. Now, that synergizes with this one right here, because when we're overhealed, which is going to be constantly in this, every time we attack with our door minimum hit goes up by 5. Now that's already a minimum hit of 6 because we're a tile away, and we have this one. So now our minimum hit is 11, so we're going to burn the overhealed HP from that. Okay. On top of that, we have a 99 plus 15 defense level, so our permanent defense is 114, which means we have an 11.4% chance to reflect all damage back to an attacker when they damage us. So, you know, 1 out of 9 attacks is going to be fully reflected back. On top of that, we have all recoil and thorns style effects deal damage equal to 1% of your total defensive bonus. Now with this build, our total defensive bonus is somewhere around 1800, right? Maybe on the high side, maybe it's closer to 1900. So effectively, our thorns, which deals 3 damage plus 19 now, thorns is 22 damage. If something hits me and causes my recoil to hit 1 damage, then my recoil is going to hit 20, my echo boots are going to hit 20. So I'm not very likely to get hit for the recoil and the echo boots because I'm mega tanky with this build. So thorns is going to be the main damage. You're going to get hit with all, you're going to recoil all 3 of those if you have like a, oh yeah, you're right. I have the wrong blessing on in that build. You're going to recoil with all of those if you have like a mage tank build, right? Like a water mage tank build. You have low defense, so you get hit a lot. So you recoil and you echo boot a lot. It's a different build with this one. This is like, I want to take my hands off and I want to AFK the entirety of the Inferno until I get to suck. Or I want to go into Colosseum and AFK until I get to Soul Heredit. I bet you're going to be able to do that with this build. So when you get hit by things that cause damage, you recoil and you echo boot if they're close range. You recoil regardless. You echo boot if they're close range. Otherwise, if they hit a 0, you thorn them. You're using your Denny B as your main hand weapon, which doesn't have a 0 max hit. You know, the expected hit overall, considering blind bag swings as well, is like 70, which is not bad. And then you can also trigger blind bag with your god swords. So it's a pretty neat build overall. It also specs into the special attack, which you can definitely put these 3 into something else, or you can just unlock this a little bit sooner than finishing all of the tiles out there. Because this specs into restoring your special attack when you deal damage with a melee weapon. Thorns hits counts as a melee weapon swing, I'm pretty sure. So you should have a good amount of special attack regeneration if you're in AoE situations where you want to use your door to AoE things. It's just kind of extra. These could definitely be put somewhere else. And then, like I said down here, extra echo hits and extra heals. So the AFK maximum thorn door build, hands off, don't have to do anything, just get to play. Seems interesting. For what it's worth, Mod Husky tried a build like this and said that he fully AFK'd, hands off the mouse, wave 11 of the Colosseum, and I think he said that he was able to get 5 Jads down with this. After a few tries. Yeah, his 5 Jads took him a few tries, but he said that he didn't eat with it. He could have done 6 if he touched food. Yeah. What gear? We went over the gear, but this is what the gear is for it. And this, again, is a Canderan-Asgarnia build. And this is kind of like more in-game. Like, you've done most of the content. You've gotten your door. You've gotten your gear. You might not have Torva, but you can replace it with Oathplate, which is easier to get. And yeah, relics, that's up to you. Relics, you can choose relics for any of these. I'm just trying to give some gear and like in-game ideas for different zones. Relics are always going to be based on playstyle. Anonymous 10 gifted! Yo, thank you for that, dude. I had notifications paused just so I could talk through that because I'm going to end up putting that in my video. But thank you so much for the 10 anonymous gifted. And Denerd, thank you for the 100 bits. BMP, thanks for the 8-month resub. Esk, thanks for the 100 bits. Malgeo, thanks for the 100 bits. 107 expected melee hit build, no Hallie. And S, thanks for the gifted as well.
Thanks for the pints on Dada.
One sec. $106 expected non-Hallie build.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo! I got it! Yo! Let's go, baby!
Thanks for the pints on Dada.
Damn. Why is it so high?
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo! I got it! Yo! Let's go, baby!
Ferocious makes no sense. No salve for bloat he's throwing. Okay, so maybe it's Culling Spree that's doing it. But I don't necessarily think you're using, you know, bloat for anything else than tossing a monster in there.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo! I got it! Yo! Let's go, baby!
It's just a body to hit? Yeah, it's just to have something on there. He's not saying that he's killing bloat, guys. It's kind of nasty. Anonymous, thanks for the 5 gifted again, homie. Is the hype train really still going on? Oh shit, it is. Level 6. Now I want to build mine out again and see what it was like.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo!
It's Golden Kappa? It is. Dark Cyclone, thanks for the gift, man. It is a Golden Kappa train.
Thanks for the pints on Dada.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo! I got it! Yo! Let's go, baby!
Dang, my thing's loading again. Change enemy? No, that didn't fix it for me this time. Reloading after I changed enemy did, though.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Yo! I got it! Yo! Let's go, baby!
Joker, thanks for the gift to Johnny B. Thanks for the Prime. 19 months. Fine, I guess I'll claim my golden capital. Love the league planning. Excited for next week. Still no idea what I'm going. It's such a hard thing to figure out, man. It really is. Nyroxis, thank you, buddy, for the 95 months, man. It really is such a hard thing to figure it out. You know what I need to do? Build his out again. Actually, that was still crystal, wasn't it? So why am I on 39 DPS on blow? It's because of the culling spree again, isn't it? No, that didn't change it. And this is with my Halley build. So this is if you want to toss on the Scythe as well. Oh, it's because I'm 7 tower right now, that's why. I can't set up a different demonic pact for both of these unless I pull up another tab, right? So this is yours. What's your strength bonus in this? $131. It's not that much different. I don't know why your culling spree is like changing things for bloat, but mine's not. I have on task off. That's why. we're in Turanwin. Is there something in Turanwin that we could be on task for? Let's compare at Zora, but then again, I have a obvious problem at Zora of not being able to 7-tile it, I think. I don't know where Zora's center tile is considered, actually. A Dark Beast? Is a Dark Beast 3x3? Yeah. Okay, so this is your build. This is my build. On Slay Task with Culling Spree. With Culling Spree. On Slay Task. So they're pretty similar. Your expected is just a bit over mine. But we don't have the same blind bag weapons right now. What were your zones? This is Zaya, Turanwin, Canderan? Canderan, Zaya, Turanwin. So you have an Elder, you have a Soul Reaper, you have a Scythe. Okay, so those are your blind bags. My blind bags right now I have set to a Scythe Noxious, a Barrel Chest, and a couple of Dark Axes, which I think is reasonable for both of those. Not putting in like all scythes. Echo weapons, some of them aren't yet. Barrel chest isn't available in those zones. In my zone it is, because I'm in Mortania, not Zaya. Well, I would think. I don't know. Can you complete the quest, or is it auto-completed? I feel like it's auto-completed. So, if we're 7-tiling a Dark Beast, you versus me, your Scythe build is more DPS than my Noxious Halley big distance build. If the calculators are working properly. What we're not sure of is if they're working properly. Like, this thing right now doesn't do anything. So this one would actually bump mine quite a bit, and it's not changing DPS at all, I think, right now. Yeah, it's not affecting DPS right now, and I get a big buff with this because I'm at max distance for accuracy.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Thank you, Halux. If we both have a 98% chance to hit, does it affect anything? What if we're not attacking a Dark Beast? What's our chance to hit on Zora? 91? Yeah, that, you know, that's gonna be a difference. You don't have the range for Zora? Oh, you can't attack Zora. With a 2-tile? Oh, you don't have 2-tile, do you? Are you always in 1-tile for this? You're 2-tile. Surely you could attack it with 2-tile. If you can attack Kree, why wouldn't you be able to attack Zora with 2-tile? We're both Canderan. Let's just test on Thermi. So this is my Halley build, this is my Scythe build, and then this is your Scythe build. Yeah, I think they're pretty similar. Yours is just slightly more DPS, but I think mine is better for one specific reason. My DPS is going to go down from this, but I can Blood Fury. So I have healing with melee. And you're going to have to heal and stop your attacking more often, I think. And my Blood Fury is kind of just as good as my Rancor because my prey bonus is so high with it. So I think I like the Blood Fury potential. Because I think you run into issues if you're like meleeing Inferno or something, you know? Do we have accurate DPS calcs? They're not fully accurate yet, but they're getting there. I mean, we're in the 33s right now. We're getting there. Mage with Crystal Blessing still wonky? Yeah, I think a lot of things are still going to be a bit wonky. I kind of want to I'm going to talk about your build a little bit though. Because I think it's quite good. So like, your idea here, is this a shadow over here? Or is this like is this a 1-tick Trident or a 2-tick shadow? Shadow or Eye? Oh, is Eye going to be a higher hit than Trident? Maybe. Okay. So this is a very different one than the long range Halley. What this is a closer range scythe. So this is a max gear setup for melee in Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert. This is a Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert max gear setup. Full crystal, crystal blessing, old Tor ring, Vernic shreds, ferocious gloves with a scythe that you got from Chambers of Zarek, and then your infernal cape. It's got very slightly more DPS than the Mortania Turanwin Kandahar max range Halley build, or even if with a max range Halley, if you switch it to a scythe, this is very slightly higher DPS than that, with the trade-off. Did I say Kandahar? Oh no. I do that sometimes when I say Canderan, honestly. We're going to war. So this setup is a little bit more DPS than the Canderan Mortania Turanwin build that has either long range Halley, or if you wanted to switch long range Halley to a close range scythe because you can't long range something, or it's because it's chasing you down, then this is a little bit more DPS, but the trade-off is you have a Torture instead of a Blood Fury, so you don't get melee healing passively as well. So the build, though, is pretty much ignores range, but it's a main hand scythe that you could do from 2 tiles away, kind of like if it's a Halley, with blind bag, with reasonable blind bag weapons. You have an Elder Maul and a Soul Reaper Axe and a scythe, so it's semi-reasonable. You have a bludgeon and a Dragon Hunter Lance in there. Those are reasonable. The other ones might be a little bit more work to get. And then you also have viability in the mage side by either using a 2-tick Shadow that you got from Chambers, or a 1-tick either Eye of Ayek or a Trident of the Seas. Or with this, you can get a Trident of the Swamp as well. So it's got pretty good, hybrid capabilities, and it's very strong overall. It's got really good DPS. So if you're taking these zones, it's a pretty good split between melee and mage, because again, remember, with the Crystal Blessing, there's mega benefit to having a powered staff now, because you get 2% magic damage on each crystal piece, and the accuracy and damage bonus applies to powered staff as well. You also have Piety with this, and you have Augury without having to take Grimoire. So I like it. Is power staff from Mortania not better than anything else? He doesn't have Mortania though, because he has Zaya with this. What do you think about the elemental builds? I haven't seen too many mage elemental builds yet. Possible to get a link for this? For this build, you just have to probably copy paste that whole thing instead of clicking on it. Fire Surge against Zora can 3-tick max 194. Good lord. Chrome, thanks for the 500 bits. Hey, Fo, do you know how the spork works? If I cast water spells but the mob has an air weakness, so if you cast a water surge, so let's consider that you are... I do know how it works. Let's consider that you're building out to mage, and you went water, air regeneration, but you're water built, right? So you have the spork, the quadrant, and your offhand, right? So the offhand increases your mage weakness on everything by 30%. And your... Thank you, buddy. And your spork double hits, right? Now, you want to attack, say... Let's put it this way. You want to attack Zora. Zora is weak to fire. I think Zora has a 50% fire weakness. Can anyone confirm that for me? Zora has a 50% fire weakness. So, with the Devil's Element offhand, you're going to have an 80% fire weakness against Zora with a staff that attacks at a 3-tick rate if you're spec'd in right here, and it has a secondary hit that deals, I think, an additional 40% damage of the first hit. Now, the snake is weak to fire, but you're using water spells. But the benefit of the quadrant is, even though you're casting a water surge, you hit Zora as if you're hitting that 80% fire weakness, even though you're casting a water spell at it, but it takes damage as if it has that 80% fire weakness. So it chooses whatever the thing is the most weak to and applies that to your magic hit, or if you're casting an earth spell, to your earth hit or whatever else. So you get the healing of your water spell based on 60% of the damage that you deal to the opponent, and because you're using water surge, which takes 7 air runes and 10 water runes, you also heal 10 HP and you have 7 rolls at the 15% chance to regen a prey point. So that's how it works. It seems insane? It does kind of seem insane. And it gets more insane if you get a harmonized orb. Because then it's 2-tick. 2-tick with Canderan could be insane. 2-tick mage thorns. Oh, but you don't get the quadrant. I don't know. Would it be stronger than the quadrant on 3-tick? You don't think so? Not with the 40% additional hit, no? True.
Thanks for the points on that.
Sure, better than Harmon everywhere? Yeah, it could be, could be. Stroke, thank you for the 2-month resub. Welcome back. Any feedback for this air mage build with KBD crossbow to heal occasionally? Only 35 points spent. Your KBD crossbow is very weak. I don't like that you didn't do range echoes. Range echoes are going to be a lot of damage, so you increase it by doing this, which you have the points for it, so you just do that with your extra points. But also, your KBD crossbow is very weak because you don't have this right here. So, I already don't love this because you're missing some really primary range things, though I know you want to use it as an off style, but it's just going to be kind of weak. Like, I feel like you're too spread out. It seems like a lot to burn this many points just to get sometimes healing from your crossbow. Instead, ditch the crossbow, go full mage, and get sometimes healing with mage if you want to. That seems like it would be much stronger. Because then you can ditch all of this and you can juice up to 188 HP with some extra stuff. Just a thought. I would rather just stick mage with that. I would probably go with a mage thorns build and then just go mage and air if you want to do air spells. So you can heal when you want to. But I'd go the mage tank thorns route with that. Magic splashes a lot. Okay, so juice your accuracy. What's the Mage Thorns build? There's a short on my YouTube that explains it, but I don't have a link to it right now. That will be in my next YouTube video, I believe. Guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna go try to put something quick together for lunch. Sure, you guys can hear some stomping around. That's because my nieces are here. Family time? They live, you know, kind of close, so they're here, you know, at least once a week usually. I got 2 kids. I got 2 nieces that live nearby, so 4 girls in the house. So I come down here and I play video games. Just kidding, not when I'm not streaming. Report, so, oh dude, they're awesome. I love them, man. I don't mind it at all.
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Yo! Thank you for the sub, homie. I have no idea what your name is, but I appreciate you. Welcome. Aptly, according to this. Lithic Scepter, Crystal Blessing, V-Helm, 1-tick Lithic Scepter, using Earth Runes, regenerating stack flat armor. I completely forgot that the Lithic Scepter regens Earth Runes, huh? Christos and Esti? What is it? Alithus and SD? I think that's it. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Yeah, Orthodox or Greek Easter is this weekend, isn't it? You got it? I'm half Greek, it just doesn't show very often. That's where I get my Spartan strength from. The Garglon staff. Wait, the Garglon staff is just insane then, right? Guys? No, because it doesn't regen... It doesn't regen all the runes from the charges, does it? Man. Yeah, no, I was just thinking, like, how many earth runes does it take to charge it? I was thinking, like, oh, well, you know, then it increases your flat by that much, but it doesn't because it only does one, right? Each hit.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Thank you, Aspen. One per tick, not bad, but yeah. Yeah. You can regen any rune with it? Yeah, I got it. Thanks for pointing out the crossbow is going to suck. I think I'm going to drop wilderness for T. Oh, there you go, man. There you go. That's with his build, by the way, guys, because his crossbow build wasn't too strong with packs. Trabish, thank you for the sub. Salandra, thanks for the, Salaranda, thank you for the sub as well.
Pine zone, Dada.
No, I'm just because he had a build that was like deep into mage, air, and water, and then only some, like half of the crossbow packs. So his crossbow side of his build was not very strong. So I suggested instead of doing that, maybe considering a water tank mage with thorns. I think water tank mage with thorns could be unreal, by the way. And I think we can do it. Have we gone over a water tank mage with thorns build today? I don't think we have. We're gonna do it next. Let me eat this. I got some carne asada that I marinated and cooked last night. So I just made some carne asada burritos real quick. So let me eat this, and then we'll build a full tank mage thorn build with the echo staff. Water tank mage with thorns could be the best build in the league. I've been thinking about it. Yeah. Thoughts on corn versus flour tortillas? Easy. Flour is meta if you're making a burrito. Corn is meta if you're making street tacos. But street tacos are kind of almost just as good with flour or corn. Regen packs do work with chins. If you get 100% regen, you need 1 chin champa. That's what we've been told. Blind bag chin build? Blind bag doesn't trigger off of a range hit, man. Echo chins, maybe. Air Mage is really high damage, is it? With Sunfire? Only Sunfire legs? Huh. Oh. Here's my water thorns tank. All right, let's use this as our format, and we'll take a look. See what we like, see what we don't. You can have 8 praise active at once, guys. You would use these 3 for low prey, lowering, prey usage. 4, 5, 6, and then you can have 7, 8. Or any of these, of course. Okay. Isn't preserve only Zaya? Zaya or Grimmer, yeah. I don't know if you get it for Grimmer, but yeah. Yes, Zaya.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dad.
Ollie, thank you, dude. If going TAD or TAM, would you go T first? I would go T first if you're good at CG or if you are familiar with CG. And I would not go T first if you think you're not going to be able to kill Echo Hunlef early. Desert first is good. Mortania first is bad. Asgarnia first is bad. Okay, let's see. With this, we are main handing a Quadrant late game. We have an offhand of a... Oh, hang on though. I forgot. We can't use the Devil's Element offhand if we're doing Thorns build. But we still get Quadrant. What do you mean by the Quadrant? The Quadrant is the Ectothermy weapon. Yeah, I'm just thinking of the damage hit that would cause, but I think it's okay. Think Thorns makes up for it? I think Thorns does so much damage. I think people might be sleeping on how much damage a Thorns Canderan build does. So what do we have down here? 2% mage damage, 35% accuracy, extra 30% chance to regen runes. Regen rune chance is good. Extra accuracy, 50% more accuracy in all combat styles. For 3 points.
Thanks for the pints on
Aussie, thanks buddy for the 104 months, man. One, two, three, four. Defense spec 3, 4. That is better. Like that. Go accuracy, bottom left. You have 100%, 180% accuracy on yours? Well, I mean, I can do that for 1 extra, though. $40. I don't like this because it doesn't actually go out here for overheal. Remove the 30% regen from the ranged pack. Don't need 145%. Well, 145% means that I have an extra 45% chance to regen more. So unless there's like better nodes to put it in, it's more healing and it's more prey regen. Is that confirmed? Yes, that's been confirmed multiple times. Mage side to last over heals makes more sense. What is that? Mage side to last over heals? I don't know what you mean by that. Directly left of ranger in, accuracy based on range node instead of melee accuracy gets you another defense node. The overheal between melee and mage. Build from the mage side. Is that not better? I don't think I necessarily want to juice my defense levels. You want maximum healing with this, but you want to get hit. So you can trigger recoil and potentially echo boots. It's extra damage every time you do that. But if you don't pray and you get hit, it's a higher chance for max hit back. Yeah. Yeah. What's my gear look like in this setup? Am I in Virtus? Am I in Crystal? Am I in... What am I in? Don't you want the ice spider pack since ice barrage deals more damage than the water surge?
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Goes up a luck. Not really. Ancestral, I probably don't go Zaya. Wilderness, huh? Oh, or is this just because there's not the things yet? I don't know. I do like that you grabbed this for one. This doesn't have prey regen. I have 4 there. You have 4 here. I have that, you have this. One of those has 41 packs? Yeah, I'm just trying to determine what I want to take off. I'm gonna get rid of this 10% chance to heal. Does it count Thorn's damage in the calculator? I don't think so. You can't really. Depends on how many times you're getting hit. Does the middle bigger node work with one-handed shields? Yeah, shield is still an offhand. .458 max hit. Don't pay attention to the max hit number, guys. The max hit number is like a 0.01% chance to hit with almost any build. Look at average hit. If you want to compare, click on show more and look at your expected hit. That's what you want to pay attention to. I think this is my take on a Thorns Mage tank build. With Thorns Mage tank, I think you want high regeneration chance. I think you want not necessarily insanely boosted permanent defense level, because you want to get hit, because you want to be able to recoil things with your Ring of Suffering and your Echo Boots. I think you want mega high accuracy if you can get it. As high as you can get, I think, is the best. I think you want maximum overheal with demonic packs. I think prey penetration is unnecessary, but it's fine. It's just kind of like needed to get to some of the other things, so that's the only reason that it's really in there. Where else do I have a prey pen? It's this one right here, huh? Otherwise, I think this ends up decently solid. How are you proccing Thorns without a shield? I'm dropping Devil's Element in this so I can go Thorns. My logic is Thorns will potentially deal more damage than Devil's Element will, with the added benefit of being able to Thorns multiple things at once if I'm in combat with multiple things at once, rather than just one thing. So I think full Water Mage can out-heal Zuck. How often does Zuck attack? What's Zuck's attack speed before Enrage? 10 tick? Do you go KTZ for Water Thorns? I'm trying to think about that. Why Tyronwin for Water Thorns? Crystal Blessing? The Crystal Blessing doesn't work with a power, or it only works with powered staffs for the extra bonus. So the 2% from the crystal is not that good. For Water Thorns, you don't want to be in full crystal. For Water Thorns, you want to be in something else. So KZA maybe? KZA with Water Thorns I think gives you a lot of fun content. You can like, you could do Water Thorns, you can respec to a Dogger build if you want to with KZA. Will it be good without Echo Boots though? In KZA it's quite good with Echo Boots I think, because a lot of things go to melee range. A lot of the bosses go to melee range in KZA. Max Treads, Confliction. Why so much regen chance? You want it to be as high as you can. You still get benefit over 100%. It just triggers it again. Ancestral. You're in KZA, so you get a cult necklace. I guess we're in an Infernal Cape. But Z is Zaya. We don't call Zaya Kurend because there's Canderan. So K is Canderan, Z is Zaya. Your offhand is some sort of shield. Maybe we just go for a Dragonfire shield. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe we do something else. See what our defensive bonuses look like. And I'm going to put a Twin Flame on for now. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? How much magic damage percentage is the Quadrant? The Quadrant is plus 15%. Damn. What's a 15% staff in the game, chat? Any Giga Brains out there? Harm? I want to be able to calculate the max hit. We get Augury with this build. We're spelling with a Water Surge, call it. That's not right. I don't have 7-tile distance. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm looking at the wrong loadout, thanks. You're right. Oh good, it does do my loadout demonic packs differently. Okay, so expected hit 18.9. Max hit 40. Yo, what's up, Naruman? But it's probably not calculating packs correctly, right? Because I can't set my HP. Actually, if I set my HP here, does it change? No. So it's not calculating the packs properly. It also doesn't calc thorns? Well, of course it can't calc thorns. We'll put it imbued hard on because it's kind of close to the it's kind of close to the thing. It's exactly the thing, right? Can you change the second HP level? Still not changing it, so it's not calculating that. If I'm at maximum HP, it's like 38% more damage, right? Water spells cap at 20% for that? No. You're talking about this? It doesn't cap. It scales with HP. Dangdo, what's up? Thanks for the 7 months. If you're at 188 HP, it scales proportionally. So it's like plus 38%, I think. So we actually hit a max hit that is 38% higher, so 55, and then we also get a secondary hit when we attack of plus 40%, right? So our max hit potential is actually closer to like 77. So it's almost twice as strong as what this shows. At a 3-tick rate. So DPS goes up. Thank you for your service. Appreciate your homie. Add LE weakness. I'm not hitting anything with LE weakness though. Like I'm just considering that something has no elemental weakness right now. The staff gives auto weakness. Oh, you're right. If something's weak, then it gets better. But I want to judge it off of if something is weak to nothing, though. Just to get an idea. Everything has LE weakness with the staff. Everything has LE weakness with the element, with the devil's element. But the staff just auto chooses the thing's LE weakness. I'm not using a devil's element for this. So the staff will make it that if I'm casting fire, or if I'm casting water spells on Olm, it'll still give me Olm's elemental weakness on my water spell, right? With the staff, even if I don't have the devil's element on. Am I correct in thinking that? So it actually makes it better better on anything that has elemental weakness, of course. I just don't get the 30% additional from the offhand. But I think Thorn's damage would offset that. I think Thorn's damage is enough in most situations to benefit that more. What I want to get an idea of is what's my expected healing, right? So I think that the max hit of this, or let's look at the expected hit. The expected hit is about half of the max hit. So we're just going to assume 50% just to make the math easy. If I'm attacking at max HP, meaning like, actually, I don't want to consider max HP because I'm going to get hit sometimes. So if I'm at 99 HP and I'm healing, well, let's figure out what the heal's going to be. If my max hit potential is 77, because say I get to max HP, my max goes up by 38% because of my water spec. Let's call it 30% as a more realistic number because I'm not always going to be at max HP. 30% says that I'm at about 140, 145 HP all the time. Sometimes I'll be a little bit over, sometimes I'll be a little bit under. So let's just say 30% stronger. So let's take my expected hit and let's increase that by 30%. And then let's increase it by another 40% because I'm double hitting with the staff, right? Now, I'm using a harm orb on here and it's actually showing the harm orb at harm orb's a 4-tick weapon, right? So I actually want to increase this to make it a 3-tick weapon, which brings my expected hit to about 26, I think. Heal based on runes regenerated. It'll be 2-tick with harm. No, I only have a harm as a placeholder for the same magic percentage as the quadrant. I'm wearing a quadrant with this. I'm not wearing a harm with this. It's just a placeholder in the gear to get the right damage percentage. So what I think is going to happen is with water spells, with water surge, my expected hit, my average hit, I think is going to be... Oh, is the calculator using 2-tick? Oh no. This could ruin everything, chat. Everything. Can I use a Kodai? Is Kodai 15%? Okay, so it's a 3-tick. Oh no. Are we bad now? Wait, no, we're not bad yet. Okay. Expected hit 19.1. It's the same. Okay. So I wasn't looking at the DPS number anyways. So why did I say anyways twice? I wasn't looking at the DPS number anyways. It's fine. So still, yes, Codtark, I am. So 19.1 being overhealed. Let's put it about halfway overhealed. So we can heal up to 188. But let's say we're on 145, right? Instead of 180, we get about 30% more there. So 30% more there. We get 40% more because we're hitting twice. So the expected hit I think is 34.7. Right? So I'm going to heal for 60% of that. So every 3 ticks, I expect a 21 HP heal from damage, and I expect a 10 heal from using the water rune regeneration times 1.45 because I'm 145%, right? So I'm actually expecting 14.5 health back. So I'm expecting to return 22.3 HP every 3 ticks. How often does Zuck attack? Nine ticks? 10 ticks? 10 ticks and then what? 7 ticks after that? With a 148 max? I think I can out-heal Zuck. What's Zuck's water weakness? %? I return 310 HP on average every time Zuck attacks me. So every time Zuck attacks me, I'm back at 188 HP, so I can't be one hit. I think I can face tank Zuck. That's assuming you hit every attack. But that's my average hit. My average hit is twice what he can hit me. My average returned HP is twice what he can hit me. Which means I have very good odds. Wait, but I haven't calced against Zuck's defense. I don't know how accurate I am against Zuck. I'm 76% accurate against Zuck. Okay, so my average HP return is 237 per Zuck attack. I'm still over. It's still good odds. No, it's not. It's not, chat. We're bad. We're dead. Zuck kills us. Zuck has won. You see, I'm an idiot. And I convinced myself that I was going to attack Zuck once a tick. I'm going to attack him 3 times by the time he hits me. I only heal 70-something HP. Wait. I know what to do. I have the solve. I have the solve. We can beat Zuck. So, imagine this. Picture this, right? We're in the Inferno. Zuck spawns. I click Zuck. I run up. I attack Zuck, right? And then there's this shield that moves, and I can stand behind it and then click Zuck. And I should be able to out-heal him. Dead to Jad? Jad doesn't attack me. Jad attacks the shield. I have to kill Zuck before Jad kills shield. Chris Kardashian. Thanks, buddy, for the 14 months, man. The build's not good for Zuck, guys. You just toss on a shadow during Zuck. You just hit with shadow. That's the answer. You don't need the healing on Zuck. It doesn't matter. $49. 89 max hit. What if you're AFK to shield safe spot? You can't see? Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm just think about where the shield is when he attacks right now. I know you can't see. I'm just doing this right here. He goes hit, blocked, hit, 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 blocked, hit, blocked, hit, 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 blocked. So you block 1/3 of the damage. He only hits you 2 out of every 3 hits, right? So if you stand behind a shield safe spot, until the enrage phase, of course, you only have to out-heal less. Don't forget Thorns. Thorns is pretty much a non-issue against Zuck. Aren't you 40% more accurate because of LE weakness? I think that's already taken into consideration on my DPS calculator that has me hitting Zuck with a water spell. It's already going to take into account the water weakness. Sadly, it's also already going to take into account my max hit. So I can't like double dip there. So 49 max hit. What's up, Crispy? Doesn't the quad hit twice? Yeah, but we've considered that. We only get 30 HP of healing, basically, per Zuck hit from the casts. And then 60% of the damage we deal. Which is an expected hit of 18.6 times 1.3, considering overheals, times 1.4. $33.8 heal. Plus 10. It's 43 HP healed. 131 HP healed. There's still a non-zero chance you don't kill him. My healing was off. I think we have an expected 43.8 healing per hit. You want to do Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert? Planning on going Crystal, Armor, Shadow. Not sure where I should go until I have the Shadow. Any tips? Sure. Do water spells if you want to stay mage the whole way. You can do water spell healing spec with a... Well, you'd have to get the Quadrant and the Devil's Element, of course. But then you could take that to Zulrah. Your water spells count as fire spell weakness on Zulrah. Or you could just go to Zulrah without the Quadrant, right? Get a magic thing drop. I think that drops as a full Trident of the Swamp, doesn't it? And then you have a 1-tick staff to be able to use for whatever content you want. Until you get your Shadow. It's a possibility. You could also just, like, go range or melee and then respec after, you know, you get the Shadow. He's no mage without Canderan? Ah. Yeah, then we could just do Zulrah on its own with fire spells. Can you respec? You can respec, yeah. Do we know how respecing works? When you kill your first Echo boss, you get 1 point to respec. When you kill your second one, you get another one. When you kill your third one, you get another one. So you can get up to 3 respecs. Meaning full respec, meaning you can fully respec your tree. It wipes all your points in your tree, you keep however many points you've earned so far, and you respec. 4, right? You only get it from 3. The 4th one doesn't give it to you. They said 4 in the stream. They said you get 4 full because you get your first one, and then you respec for a second, respec for a third, respec for a fourth. It's 4 loadouts overall. What's the smithing solve for KZA for Mage Thorns? Your smithing solve is you take Hotfoot, you take Butler, Jenkins, or... I think that's it. I think it's Hotfoot or Butler, isn't it? Or you skip smithing this league. You're considering foe state? Nice. Does Grardor have a weakness? Do you think Thorns is better at Grardor? Mage Thorns, or do you think Devil's Element's better at Grardor? I like Mage Thorns personally, bro. 2-tick Shadow? But like, imagine I want to AFK a pet. Mage Thorns, AFK pet. What is my defense with this build? 199, 199, 213, 110, 99, 820, plus 8 damage on the recoil, the echo boots, and the thorns. That would be the recoil. Okay, so our next build. This is going to be a Canderan-Asgarnia Mage Thorns Water Spec build. We have the wrong ring on. We might have to do this again because I got to calc again to see if we get up to 900. Hang on. Oh yeah, we might. 219, 219, 233, 130, and 119. It's 9. Ooh. Okay, so Water Thorns. Change boots. Yeah, we're in Echoes. Echoes technically should be tankier though, right? We have to calc one more time. Okay, yep, we're good. Using Virtus? We're still 9 reflect on Ancestral or Virtus, so Ancestral is going to be better. The Quadrant has been added to the calc? Ooh. It has. Alright. That helps, thank you. Okay. Okay. So we have our Water Thorns. What is this? KZA build. Okay. Water Thorns, Canderan-Asgarnia. Logic of the build, you've gotten through all the PVM content you want to in the league, you got your echo weapons, you kind of want to play around with bosses, AFK some boss bets, have some fun, see what you can do with your Water Thorns build. So, we've earned a max Ancestral Robes from Zaya from now. We have a Dragonfire Shield because, you know what, why not? We have the Shadow Flame Quadrant, which this is an interesting build because this leans more on Thorns for damage than it does the 30% elemental boost of the Devil's Element. So we have an Occult Necklace from Canderan, we have Confliction Gaunts from Doom, a Ring of Suffering and Echo Boots, which are integral to the build. Because this build is mostly built around Overheal, Recoil, and healing from your magic spells, your water spells. So we want to juice Thorns, we want to juice Recoil. Thorns is going to deal... Let's do it this way. So Thorns deals a base damage of 3, but from one of the packs that I have, it adds 1% of my total defensive bonus. Now, my total defensive bonus with this is about 930-ish, I think. So, plus 9 damage. So Thorns is going to deal 12 damage. And if I get hit by at least 1 damage, we'll just say on the low side that my recoils 1 damage normally. My recoil now recoils 10, and my Echo Boots also now recoil 10, right? So if something hits me with damage, I recoil 10, 10, and 12 from Thorns. So 32 damage recoiled if something hits me with at least 1 damage. It goes a little bit up if I go higher than that, plus my Thorns does another 50% on top of that. So let's just call it 35 to 38 damage recoiled every time I take damage in melee range. It's a little bit less if I don't take damage in melee range because only my recoil and my Thorns will hit. If I take a 0, then I don't hit the recoil, I don't hit the Echo Boots, and I only hit Thorns, but I took a 0, so I get a little bit more healing and a little bit of prey points there. Now, my defense is not very high in this build. I didn't spec into defense, and I don't have massive defensive bonuses in this build, so we're going to expect to get hit from time to time, which is kind of the idea. We want to get hit, so I haven't absolutely overjuiced my defense levels. I'm only plus 20 defense with this build, but I'm 165% increased accuracy, which is going to help because I'm using a DFS as my shield so I can trigger thorns, and 145% chance to regenerate runes. And that one's important right there because there is benefit to going over 100% regeneration. It basically just rolls it again. You have a guaranteed chance to regenerate your runes, and you have a 45% chance to regenerate your runes on top of that. So let's get into the build. First off, the most important one, we are a Water Thorns Mage Healing Thorns Reflection damage build with Overheal. So we have all 3 packs that give us 188 maximum HP when we heal with PACT abilities. Your water spell healing is a PACT ability. So when we damage with water runes, when we damage with water spells, we heal back 60% of the damage that we take. We also attack at a 3-tick rate with our what's it called? A Shadow Flame Quadrant staff? A Shadow Flame Quadrant. We attack at a 3-tick rate. We heal 60% of the damage we deal. Remember, the Quadrant double hits like a Twin Flame staff at a 3-tick rate. So it's quite good. So there's a lot of healing from that. With this build, my expected hit on Grardor is a 29. So I believe that calculates both of those hits. So, you know, about 20 HP healed every time that I attack Grardor from the damage. That's every 3 ticks I heal 20 HP. But it gets even more than that because I have Water Spec here for regenerating water runes. If I'm using Water Surge, which uses 10 water runes, I heal 10 HP. But I have a 145% chance to regenerate runes. So every time I attack, every 3 ticks, I on average heal 14.5 from that. That's in addition to the 20 HP I'm going to heal from my average damage. So this is giga healing, but what you don't get is the ability to wear the Devil's Element for extra 30%. So this is like, I want to AFK mage bosses, I want to AFK mage things and heal up and reflect them down while I'm attacking with water spells to kill them. That's the logic behind this build. So just a little bit further on it, you spec into accuracy over here, you're specking into regeneration on runes over here, you're specking into a bit more accuracy here. You get an extra 2% magic damage from this one just because it's one node and we're kind of close there anyways. Also, if we're using Water Surge, we have 7 rolls, because it's 7 air runes to use Water Surge, 7 rolls at a 15% chance to regenerate a prey point every single time we attack. So we're going to get prey regen from this, we're going to get HP regen from this, and we're going to reflect about 30 to 40 damage when something hits us. Now, Grardor hits us, it reflects to him. But there's also 3 minions, and if they hit us, it reflects to them as well. So we have big healing. We're healing 30, 35 every 3 ticks. We should be able to out-heal anything like this. We can get up to 188 HP, so we're not going to end up getting KO'd. And we reflect thorns everything down. I think you can out-heal most things with this build. It should be a fun one. I think it's going to be a little bit slept on, but it's not going to be the maximum DPS build out there. Obviously, that's not the purpose of it. Your spells are not amazing DPS. A lot of your damage, I think, is going to come from thorns in this. How viable is it going to be? I have no idea, but it sounds like fun, and I just wanted to feature it. Can you get a planner link? Yeah, sure. Let me know if this one shares both DPS and the packs. If you guys come over, can you see the loadout with all of the mage gear and the packs over here?
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Furies, thanks buddy for the 35 months. You can? Okay, cool. More healing if you Ice Barrage. I didn't take Ice Barrage with that setup because I don't want to go desert and I don't want to force people to take Grimoire. Also, Ice Barrage doesn't get you the prey regen, which is downside, and it heals less from the passive heals because it's only 6 water runes used instead of 10. No healing off thorns. You do get minimum healing off thorns. One thing I did forget to mention with this build is you have a 12% chance to reflect all damage that you take to the enemy. So if Grardor hits you with a 35 range hit, you have a 12% chance to hit him back with 35. So that's not nothing, you know, that's 12% chance. That's a 1 in 8 chance. So it's going to happen. Extra damage. Does the reflect get boosted by other packs? I don't think so. Reflect 120 damage as Zuck real quick. Ah, me. You don't have Thorn Healing on? I don't have Thorn Healing on with this, you're right. It's only a 10% chance, so I didn't know that I wanted to add it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to add it. Maybe it is better, I don't know. I don't know what I would want to drop for it, though. I have all these high accuracy and regen nodes at the ends. My hope is that I have enough healing already. Maybe we can ditch this. 2% mage damage? Maybe we ditch this. I think... Yeah, just one more note on this. I actually think it might be better to drop the 2% mage damage here and instead take 10% chance for thorns to heal you. So anytime you trigger thorns, the distance between your enemy and you would also heal you. If something's close to you, that's not that big of a deal. But again, say you are in Grardor's room and Grardor's right next to you, but you've got 2 minions that are at a distance. You got that 10% chance when Thorns triggers that you get an extra 7 heal or 6 heal or as many ticks as many tiles they are away. It works way better if you're in the Inferno. It works way better if you're in a God Wars dungeon room, and it works way better if you're in the Colosseum. So it actually could play very well. So I'm going to change that slightly. Do any of the items come from Asgarnia? Can I swap that region out? None of the items come from Asgarnia, so you can swap out Asgarnia if you want to. The reason I added Asgarnia is I think that the bosses that are in Asgarnia work really well with the Thorns build. I think it plays very well in God Wars Dungeon. It's kind of ideal for that. Can Mage kill Soul? Thorns might be able to. Chrome, thank you for the $5, man. Sorry, I haven't gotten to that yet. Rez, thank you for the 37 viewer raid. Appreciate you, brother. Furious, thanks again for the 35 months. Chrome said, did I cook with this KZM build? Water spells to max overheal and prayer. Swap blind bag scythe to burn overheal. Can pray bonus for melee strength or oath plate / ancestral. Prey bonus, Devil's Element, Shadow Flame, Quadrant build. I've heard good things about this build. I hear that it's kind of neat. Water spells to max your overheal, and then you're switching into a blind bag build with a scythe. Scythe blind bag, 39 points spent. I would say you're missing out on a lot of melee DPS because you don't have melee echoes. So I think you miss out on a lot there. But otherwise, it looks pretty interesting. You're at 155% chance to regen. (115% accuracy in all combat styles). I think you might miss a good amount with your mage spells. You're not very mage accurate. If you want to heal, like, what happens if we're on Maiden? We're only 77% accurate. Like, you're not very accurate, so I think that could be a issue there, you know what I mean? Maybe we drop this and we replace this with something else, even like a Virtus or something if you wanted to be in that. Then you get a lot more accurate and accuracy goes up big. Okay, let's take a look at what's the best BBC build we can build. This is the best BBC build we can build? Max overheal important. 125% chance to regen runes. Why are we coming out here? It's just for like chin viability? This actually could just be like kind of smart, like BBC if you're on a single target, and if you're on multi-targets you chin, but you double chin. I actually feel like not enough range builds are taking the double chin for AoE. Or blowpipe. Yeah. Yeah. Give you a fast weapon when you don't want to be hitting slow. I think this 1% range damage here is wasted. I think there could be a better place to put that. I think you go here. Surely this is going to be better if you want to blowpipe or if you want to chin than a 1% range damage. Surely. The first throne node probably better. Maybe. What kind of gear is this in? What zones are what zones is the BBC? You got wilderness. What else are we taking in BBC? Desert Wilderness Asgarnia? I like that. DWA? Seems to be a popular range one. You could take a ZCB if you want to. You don't really need to if you're max hitting, though. DWA. Don't they need the first water relic to heal? No. That's only when you regenerate water runes. This is a different heal. With this one, if you wanted to, you could replace crossbow's attack 2 ticks slower with this 1% range. If you wanted to do a reverse reach around, like every reach around build has gone to the left so far, but if you want to hit it from behind over here, you can have a 5-tick King's Barrage. It's just not as strong, but you have less overheal damage. But I think the joy in the King's Crossbow build is the big numbers, you know? Okay, let's go ahead and add this one. I guess we could check the DPS of these, maybe? No, the King's Barrage isn't here yet, is it? Ah, Jagex. What's the placeholder King's Barrage for now? Just the ZCB? Refresh it? Nah, sure. I just refreshed. Surely it wasn't just added. What are we using? Opals? Do we have access to opal dragons with this? No, right? Do you think rubies are still worth? Do we have access to... Yeah, we do. Of course we have access to Quiver. Will there be a big DPS difference from King's Barrage versus Melee Thorn's door build? Probably, but I can't tell you what it would be, man. Onyx Bolts heal you? Onyx Bolts heal you, yeah. So you could do the extra suck build. You put Onyx Bolts on because of the, it's like a sucking sound when you spec with it. And it's extra heals. Wow, range is wild. Jagex, you're wrong for this, bro. I can't believe. What's our amulet with this? Are we just in a fury? What's our ring with this? Ring of the Gods? Or Venator? Kind of feel like I'd prefer Ring of the Gods, honestly. Alright. Oh, shit. Should be Dragon Onyx Bolts. Yeah, you're right. What the fuck? When did I get so strong? I thought that was just on like a 90. Oh, because I didn't have Rigor and Range Pod on. I don't even have a King's Barrage on yet, man. Damn. Oh, but I don't have Rigor because I'm not going to take Grimoire. Still damn. Do we need to consider the King's Barrage build, chat? What drops Dragon Bolts? Coliseum. Have I calced BIS Air Mage? Nah, but I'm interested. We might get around to that next. Take off the 4 chance for the Echo hit? For why, though? Is it just because you hit so slow so it's not worth? Go and say as well. Nah, the Twisted Buckler is just a placeholder right now. Can you use Void instead of Masori?
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Are we stronger? We're a little bit stronger. We're not as tanky now. But we're stronger. Grass, thanks, buddy. Welcome. Appreciate the prime.
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
How do you get Void? Pest control. Diablo, thank you, brother, for the 40 months, man. Look 40 just like you. I'm not 40, man. I'm just doing my best Dan's Gaming cosplay. Max treads, true. Ooh. Strength isn't everything if you're a wet paper bag and you're still a wet paper bag. But I'm a wet paper bag that can heal himself. Surely my healing is enough, right? Consider this. Somehow, unbeknownst to me, my expected hit is 137. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's with echo hits. But half of that damage I heal 60% of. Which means I heal an average of 41 per 7 ticks. Which is like every 7 ticks I eat 2 shark. In the main game, you can only eat a shark every 3 ticks. The echoes don't heal? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But still, imagine like every single time I attack, I eat a shark without a delay. That's kind of what the build works into. Like, I don't need that much healing. So it's just I'm like high HP. Not only am I always high HP, I'm 188 HP with this. I don't think that makes a difference though. And this is without the KBD weapon that has 14 range strength? Yeah. Okay, so this is a mega fun build, man. This is a mega fun build. It's Desert Wilderness Asgarnia with a... And you can do this a couple ways with the gear. There's like levels to the gear, right? Now, imagine I'm in the King's Barrage right now. The King's Barrage is the Echo KBD weapon. I just have the Zarite crossbow and the Twisted Buckler on because I don't have a King's Barrage on this calculator. So imagine I'm wearing the King's Barrage with this, and this is the rest of my gear. Void Knight, I think, is technically actually a little bit stronger max hit-wise than full Masori Fortified, but you can also wear full Masori Fortified, especially if you need to be a little bit tankier, like say you're doing the Inferno and you want to be a little bit tankier. Now, here's the fun part about this build. Now, we have Deadeye because I'm not going to take Rigor with this because I just don't want to waste that. My max HP goes up to 188 with my packs, though, right? So let's take a look at the packs. This is the... I'm going to be very adult when I talk about this build. This is the King's Barrage healing build with multi-combat or quick single target viability as well. Now, let's go into it. So, down in the range tree. Actually, let's start here. We first have these 3 nodes here, which is going to increase our maximum HP to 188 when we heal from our packs. We are going to be using the King's Barrage, which... say your max hit is 100. It takes your max hit, it splits it in 2 hits, 50-50. One of those 50s is an Ice Barrage hit that freezes your target for I think up to 8 ticks. What I think happens is it just refreezes every time it hits. I don't know if they permanently stay frozen and then they have some, you know, immunity time. I'm not sure how that interacts yet, but because half of that damage is an Ice Barrage hit, thank you, brother. Because half the damage is an Ice Barrage hit, you spec into Water Mage with ice viability, which means, I'm sorry, it's 14 seconds, not 8 ticks. 14 seconds of freeze, I was wrong. So, You spec into Water Mage with Ice Spell Viability, which means 60% of your damage that you deal is returned to you in HP. What that means is 30% of the damage you deal overall, excluding echoes, is returned to you, right? So if my max hit with my King's Barrage is 100 before echoes, then I'm going to heal 30 damage. I'm going to heal 30 HP every time I hit at a 7-tick rate. And that's guaranteed to be, you know, that much healing because I always max hit with this build. And I have mega accuracy with this build. I have all of my accuracy, which is currently in the Void Armor. I'm 191, you know, on the ranged accuracy. That's pretty high. But that's doubled because I'm plus 100% accuracy from my combat styles. And then when I attack with a crossbow, that accuracy is rolled twice. I'm just not gonna miss on basically anything in this build. On top of that, we have extra echo hits. Our echo hits have a 15% chance on top of a 5% chance to trigger. I'm sorry, on top of a 25% chance. So 40% of the time I'm sending out echoes. My echoes have a additional chance when I regenerate ammunition to trigger, which is a 125% chance. So even more echoes. So you got a lot of damage there. And then you notice we spec'd over here into the range side. We get a little bit of extra range strength from our melee strength. Our melee strength in this setup is only 14, so it's not very high. But 80% of 14, we're still adding like another 11 range strength to our chins or our blowpipe. Now we have a Drygore blowpipe in this zone, which also rolls double accuracy. So if we don't want to attack something at a 7-tick rate, like say we want to go do Slayer or something like that, then, and yes, you can put on an Ultor ring to improve your range strength even more, I think, than the Venator with this. I believe that would actually be more. But say you want to go do Slayer and you don't want to be attacking an Abbey spec at a 7-tick rate with your, you know, barrage, unless you can one-hit it. If you can one-hit it, you do that. But if you can't, you want to put on something like for a single combat target, you want to put on your Drygore blowpipe. Or if you're doing multi-Slayer, you don't have to respec anything. You don't have to use magic ancients. You can throw a chin and it throws 2 chins. The chin splits into 2 and they both hit. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty nice build because you have single combat viability. You have high HP damage, you know, viability. So you want to be doing slow hits when you have high HP monsters like TOA or stuff like that. And then you have multi viability. If you want to do, you know, Slayer or something like that, you double chin instead of ice barraging. It's very good. You can ice barrage if you want to, and you'll heal off of it. You just don't have the most magic viability because you didn't go into the 3-tick mage. So it's a pretty interesting build. The DWA Life Leech King's Barrage build with single combat and multi-combat viability. Don't exactly know what the numbers are going to look like max hit until they get it in the calculator, but pretty sweet build. Hey, Fo, isn't it a little stressful that they haven't released any tasks this close to the league? Yes, it's massively stressful. I'm pissed. I was certain we were going to get it this week so I could plan that, man. I was certain. I'm very upset about that. Very upset about that. Is the heavy ballista viable? I think so. But man, is that a slow-hitting weapon. Good lord.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
What are we taking that with? Technically, the slower the weapon, the bigger that plus 2-tick 70% increase is. Like, the more proportionately bigger, you know, boost that is. Pivus, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert? Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert. We can still be in Void if we want to be. Man. You don't get heals though. That's the downside. Pure range tree. You can thorn tank with this, I bet. You take the heals away. Now you can't thorn because you can't wear a you can't wear thing. Recoil, but it's not worth. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. It's a little sad there's basically no healing spec except water. Fire as well, right? Because you can blood barrage heal. How's that blood barrage healing look if you're in blood bark, by the way? Will blood barrage overheal you? You only overheal off packs. Not off of like weapons or attacks. Only if the pact causes it. Echo's shortbow heals too. You can't overheal with it though, because it's not the pact that's overhealing you. It is the Echo shortbow that's overhealing you. So like the melee thorns or melee swing healing, that comes from packs. So that overheals you. But the shooting of the recurve bow cannot overheal you. How does Tyranwen solve smithing? Exclamation Nuvid in the chat. I talk about it at the beginning of the video when I'm explaining the KTM build that I plan to do. Or TKM. Do we roughly know when each region will be unlocked? I don't actually remember. Cozy song. How regenerate works with fire blood barrage. I think regenerating is really bad with fire blood barrage because what does blood barrage use? Death runes, blood runes, soul runes, right? So you can't regenerate any runes off of it. There's an anti-synergy with that. They possibly should have made this like fire or soul runes or something like that. So fire spells don't overheal, correct? You take the fire rune regen one, but a blood barrage doesn't cost fire runes, so you don't regen any fire runes. Don't you think all of this theory crafting will ruin your initial league experience? Understand that this is the 6th league, and I do this every time, and I'm still doing it. And I have more fun than most people on the league. I love the league, man. It doesn't ruin my experience at all. In fact, it amplifies my experience because I find out exactly what I want to be doing and exactly what I don't want to be doing. Because what would ruin my experience is going into the league blind, choosing the wrong answers, not knowing, being clueless, having like this situation where I'm stun locking myself because I have decision paralysis, and then I just don't want to play. That would ruin it. I love doing this because I find all the ins and outs. I can share that with other people so they can make their decisions, and I can make my own as well. It works very well for me, man. The Serb Dagger will be able to trigger fire spell part of the packs. It does synergize with it. So let's build the Serb Dagger fire build with Canderan offhand, Devil's Element offhand. What's the best thing we can build for this? We obviously need to come for spec. We don't go thorns with this. This time we're not going to go thorns. We're going to go Devil's Element off. We considered this with thorns earlier. We're not going to look at thorns this time. Instead, we're going to juice melee. We're going to consider overheal. We had some issue with healing last time, though, and wanted to get more healing. I don't know how to do it. I think that was the problem with this build, is it burned you too much if you synergize with fire. What was our healing? Nah. Max fire, max water, dogger, devil's element, like swapping? So a water magic spell blade. Crystal bonuses for magic. Doesn't juice your regular attacks. You have a dagger build? Give 6% and 60 magic accuracy? That's true. What are our zones? We're Turanwin with this. We're Mortania. Okay, there's our healing. That actually might be necessary, that Blood Fury. Your ATK? You had a Rancor on. You can't have a Rancor with ATK. Asgarnia Canderan is necessary, and then T. I see. So yeah, that kind of ditches it, huh? ATK. What if we did it with no crystal armor? What if we do it with no crystal armor and instead Torva? Ultor is in Varlamort, by the way. Torva with Mortania? With a Fury and a Regen. Lose your Mage Hybrid with this? You can gear switch. But we might not need the Mage Hybrid if we have a Blood Fury for heals. Crystal goes benefit mage and melee, but I don't want a hybrid. I want a dogger, you know? Mage is for dagger spec. Oh, the dagger spec triggers off of your stuff, doesn't it? The hell did I do with this, man? Oh, I'm using your build out, that's why. Possibly this for heals. More HP. Probably don't want that. Hey, Fo, where can I find your guides and your builds? YouTube? If you type exclamation YouTube in the chat, man, it will bring you to my YouTube channel. I have a lot of League videos so far. 12-ish League videos so far. I tend to release one a day. I will continue. I'll release one tomorrow morning. And then I'll also release one on maybe just one more, maybe Tuesday morning, hopefully with the actual route. Maybe one, maybe two more after that. But yeah, you can find it on my YouTube channel. Okay, we're at 27 points for the Dogger. But this is the Mortania Dogger. The Mortania Dogger. I changed my other one. I changed the wrong one. How many of these can I make? 6. But yeah, tomorrow I'll put up a video of a lot of different loadouts, a lot of different builds for you to consider. Okay.
Thanks for the pines on that.
Yeah, the DPS calc isn't perfect yet. There's a lot of holes in it. Sierrata, thank you for the Prime sub. Man. I think I ruined my thing. Can't tell you how many times I've built my long-range Halle build because I keep accidentally deleting it. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of times so far. I think I'm starting to get pretty good at remaking it, though. I'm missing one. Where is it? You just save the URL in a bookmark? Yeah, but I keep changing the URL of it. I keep overwriting the one that's causing that URL. That's like... Basically, I had to save, but because I wiped it, it wiped it. Which one am I missing in it? This one? I think it's that. No, because I only go charge staff with this. Maybe it's that. You think an extra accuracy was it? %. I think I take this. I can't seem to make a Halle build worth it. It seems like a lot of work for not too much DPS. When we find out the real DPS numbers, we'll get a much better idea of what that's going to look like. There's a lot of things in the calculator that I think aren't properly tracking when it comes to DPS. I'm going to name these real quick. What was this? This was a Thorn Water Tank. Water Mage Thorn Tank. This is... Oh, son of a bitch. Was this my build? It was number 2 this whole time? It was number 2 this whole time. I didn't even copy it right, man. Oh yeah, I missed that. I guess I'm not getting good at remaking it. Isn't that the scythe version you got from the chat? Nah, it's the same build, but I put a scythe on to check DPS on something. Because it has the Blood Fury, so it's the actual build. It's mine. My OCD is killing me. Can you swap your coins with your second lamp below the runes? Yeah.
No,
Hey, what's up, Sharon Love?
Yes, yes.
Hey, will you share your builds later? Yeah, of course. I'm going to be making a video tomorrow morning with all of these builds, man, and the explanations of them. The links to them will be in my description of the video, so you can reference the gear loadouts and the PACT loadouts. Suggestions regarding a tree for a mid player who's oriented at 20k league points and raids. I mean, very, very hard for me to choose that. Find the raid that you want and build around that. But I can't, I don't really know how to point you at 20k points. I don't really have any idea of like how many pack sets are gonna end up getting us. Like, I don't know. But I would say my recommendation is following my maximum fun build. It's probably going to be some of the easiest points that you can get, and it has good viability for long range Halley or close range Scythe. Both of them are very similar DPS. The video's on my YouTube right now, exclamation new vid. The first about 6 minutes of the video is a full total explanation of the build with the packs, the regions, and the relics, and why I chose those. Mind you, it will probably change slightly, but that's why you follow the stream on, you know, the beginning of the league, because then you keep up with it. I'd humbly request a Google Sheet with a name and a build for the shareable link that you could then attach to a builds command in the chat. I will probably instead make a video and then attach the video, because it'll be in the description, and then I can also get you to watch the video. Thank you for the 5. I've already said I'm making the video. I already said that'll be in the description. It's the same thing as the Google Sheet. So we'll have that tomorrow morning. I should be able to edit it in time to get it out tomorrow morning. And I want to be able to go through at least 6 different fun, interesting, different builds in that. What is this? We didn't even finish this. Was I building a King's Barrage reach around? I must have been. And then I deviated for someone else's. That's 39. Where else does it go? Here? I actually have the King's Barrage reach around build, don't I? Yep, I think this actually gave it to me perfectly.
Thanks for the pines on Della.
Will you have a build for filthy casuals? Ish. Acid, thank you, dude, for the 9-month resub. Welcome back, man. No, we don't want to name it that.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Kingsburg. What off-style to go for? Blind Bag Noxious Halley? Magic, but you don't have to spec much into it. If you follow my maximum fun build, all you have to do is spec 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 total into Mage, and you can even drop a couple of them. But you basically don't even range with this build because none of the content that you do needs range. The only thing that would, I think, is Zuck, and you can melee Zuck with a Halley. King Kraken, thank you, dude, for the 11-month resub. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you, bro. Only at the middle tile. The Halley, you'll be able to melee Zuck in the middle tile and as far diagonally as that is, I think. So if he's 7 tiles away, I don't know how far Zuck is away, but if he's 7 tiles away, there's no difference between meleeing him here and meleeing him 7 tiles to the left or right. The game considers that the same distance, I'm pretty sure, when it comes to Halleying. Can't see? Okay. If he's 7 tiles away, then meleeing him here is the same as meleeing him here, or here, or here, or here, or here, until I go past 7 tiles in this direction. So, you'll have a long range to be able to melee him, I'm pretty sure. It's like, say this is the corner of Maiden, right? So Maiden is in a square here, right? I can Halley Maiden from here, or here, or here. I'm still 2 tiles away here. So if my tiles go to 4, I would be able to Halley in that tile right there. You see what I'm saying? So that should work on Zuck. He should work 7 tiles in either direction. Same rules apply. Zuck's multiple tiles wide? I don't know. I know he's thick, but I don't know if he actually counts as, you know, multiple tiles wide, but yeah. I don't have Max Thorn door built out on here anymore. Were we a Torvadorer? We were, right? Our door build was KZA, so yeah, we could wear Torva for it. Do I want to wear Ferocious for this? Maybe. I think I just got 6-hour logged from standing still in the same tile all day. That might be a first. That might be a first. What are we? A Soul Reaper axe user with an Elder Maul. Because this is... No, this is a God Sword build. Elder Maul more than a God Sword, yeah? Strength. Why not 3 scythe? This zone can't do 3 scythe. Could do a single scythe. Charged and uncharged. Could do 2. Yeah, could do 2. Is this dude still planning for the leagues? Yeah, I got like 5 days to go, man. I got plenty of time to plan. So I've got a maximum fun. I've got a max thorn door. I've got a life leech king barrage, a water mage, excuse me, thorn tank. And then we're working on a Blood Fury, HP burning, overheal trying to gathering. Dogger? We might give these 3 back. Gotta see what else we could do. You have an ATM dogger? I'll compare it. The Thorns Cab give spec recovery. You don't have a shield equipped though, because you're using a offhand here. You're using the Devil's Element offhand. So this is a different one than that. Okay for this build? Yeah, I see. What would mine would be MKA? MKA. Do I have any sort of range viability to get into with an MKA? You get ZCB? So like you think do a reach around ZCB maybe? and ballista. We got 10 points to work with, so we can't reach around. Bro still planning, nah, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I'm good at the league, man. That's the difference. I plan, and then I do really well at the league. You know? You don't plan, and you don't do well at the league. Planning's good. Been loving the videos, dude. No idea what I'm gonna build, though. Tomorrow's video will have some build ideas for you to consider. Thank you, buddy. G-Flux, man. Listen, dude. I know that you are, for some reason, upset that I'm spending so much time planning. But I also know that I'm going to see you at the fishing spot in a pink skirt on Wednesday. You bet your ass I'll be there. Only the Giga Chads are going to be wearing pink skirts, man. Only the Giga Chad. I can't reach around, can I? What if I don't use this for the spec? What if I use this for a ZCB spec? It's way too many points. A javelin execute. Yo. Javelin execute build. An actual execute build. Hold up, dude. Ballista max hitting about a 160. You dagger, 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 and then you put on the ballista for an execute. You could take Grardor down from like 60% of his HP. The execute warrior. That's what it is, man. It's an execute warrior. Fire Spellblade Execute Warrior. We need this tile. No, because we're not 3 tiles away. This is a Fire Spellblade Execute Warrior that also can one tick with a Lithic Scepter or a Sang Staff. This is interesting. This is really interesting. This is one of the most unique builds I've built, I think. You need a lot of accuracy to make sure the execute hits. Well, you have double crossbow accuracy. Guaranteed max hit, plus 80% accuracy in all combat styles, and a ballista is already mega accurate. I don't think you're missing that thing, dude. You're right, I do need this if I want heals off of it. I could just ditch that and not have heals on the magic, though. We just rely on our Sang Staff to heal, potentially. Or I gotta cut my overheal. Or I cut this, the overheal here. I think I cut that. I don't know, though. That could generate a lot of DPS. Not if you're damaging yourself with Dogger? Yeah. Well, this is going to damage you enough, so I don't think you're getting many overheals. So what if we don't go for all of these? Like, this is kind of to get this one right here for extra healing, though. But what if we just don't go for that? Then we have a lot more to play around with. You know what I mean? We could maybe come over here for this. And then we have 5 more to spend. I don't think I'm overhealing much. But I have a feeling that I'm going to... that my Blood Fury might not heal me enough. But I can get 1 tick heals off of my Sang Staff now. And then I still have 6 to spend. Overheal for Mage 1 tick? I can't overheal with the Sang Staff or... well, actually, I could overheal with this. Or I could juice this a little bit more, maybe? Nah, probably not. It doesn't make sense to stack Echoes on this because this is the execute hit. So I don't necessarily need more regeneration chance. I could. If I want a 1 tick heal off the Sang Staff. I could also juice my accuracy more. Which I think might be necessary with the Dogger. Overheals from Mage if we want it. There are some situations when you're maging that you just kind of want health because even the Sang Staff, like, you're just going to take a lot of damage when maging. I think it's a good idea, honestly. I think it's a good idea. But I could just drop this now, and then I could take this. Hey foe, I just want to have a little fun with my friends. What exact relics, areas, and 40 points should I go into this league? Oh man, Tasty. Be right back. Damn it, my video froze for some reason. I genuinely cannot figure out why. If you just type exclamation new vid, the video will play for you. It's just froze on my side, man. So exclamation new vid and you can check it out there, Tasty. It froze before I got into like the zones and the relics and stuff like that. So exclamation new vid. What do we want to listen to? Hey foes, sorry to derail. Can you roll the numbers? Can you run the DPS number with the Shadow versus Trident of the Swamp? I keep coming with Trident of the Swamp out DPSing Shadow with crystal armor and maxed out powered staff build. 1 tick versus 2 tick makes the difference. What I think might not be happening, possibly, my guess, is that the wiki's not lowering your max hit of your Trident by 8 like it should be. So check that max hit and see if you think it's lowering it by 8. It should be obvious. That might be why it's not showing the correct DPS. It is. Then I have no idea why that 1 tick Trident is absolutely juiced. Maybe the blessing's not applying right to the Shadow? Where can you hit Zuck with a Hallie and Bluetooth build? Hang on, man. The hell is this? Hang on. There's an actual like website here that's like a gaming site that looks like it did a news story on Zuck. Maybe I could do this one. Can I count from this? Let's try this. I would say this is probably 6 tiles, right? From here? 1 tile, 2, 3, 4. It would be easier if I can see it with the healers up. Let me see if I can find a picture of someone dying during healers. Oh, this is good. He's got all these stupid tiles marked. Okay. I can't see you guys. Come back. Go back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hang on. So I'm here, so I can attack from 7 tiles away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you can certainly hit Zuck in this tile. He's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 5. I would think he's a 5 by 5, right? Maybe even a 6 by 6. You think Zuck's a 5 by 5 or a 6 by 6? Where can we find that out? Maybe he's like 6 by 6? He's a 7 by 7. Zuck's a 7 by 7. So middle tile, and then 3 in either direction, right? So... 1, 2, 3, and then middle. 1, 2, 3, and then middle. So you think he goes all the way to this tile right here? 1, 2, 3, middle. 1, 2, 3. I think so. I think you can attack 7 tiles diagonal from this one right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you'd be able to attack from right here. I also think you would be able to attack from there on the other side. So 5 tiles from the edge. This is safe spot. So after he hits here, you step out here and you can attack. I think you can attack anywhere here. That's my guess. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. But you can almost certainly attack him from more than just the middle tile with melee. This is Zuck Square. Oh yeah, if you have them tagged, I guess, huh? Yeah, so we were right. Yeah, so it would be up to here, 7 tiles, so here. I think that works, man. I kind of want to take the Bluetooth Halley just so I can melee Zuck. The Executioner's Axe could only be used from the middle. Executioner's Axe was a 6 tile range, wasn't it? Thoughts on Soul Reaper X main hand for 30% strength both buff and blind bagging with other weapons. I mean, it certainly sounds interesting. Hang on, I gotta do something real quick on my YouTube's chat. I think I've uploaded 3 shorts today, and No, I want to go from here. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hang on. There you go. Thank you, Destructible. Shorts. Edit. You do this cool thing after I upload these shorts. Say that they relate to that video, and maybe people that watch the short is, you know, interested in it, so then they click on the video and then they watch the video, you know what I mean? It links it. It's kind of nice. But with the program that I use to auto-upload the shorts at a scheduled time, so they're spaced out and not all dropped at once, I can't do it ahead of time. There we go. It's like taking my child to work, you know what I mean? Bring you guys with me. Have you done a KBD crossbow build that I could look back in the VOD for? I have. I'll just go ahead and give it to you in the chat, man. We call it... Well, we considered 2. One of them was the Life Leech King's Barrage, and the other one was the Uber Suck reach around from the behind 5-tick King's Barrage instead of 7-tick, which used Uber Suck, so it was Onyx Dragon Bolts for extra healing. And instead of doing the reach around that everyone was doing to the left, you reach around from behind to the right. Shadow Barrage, King's Barrage Shadow Dogger build. I hear you, man. I see you. I want to try to make sure that I finish this one up, that I'm trying to theorize before I get to it. There was also one more today that I really wanted to go into that someone just mentioned. And I forgot what it was already. Air, I gotta look at air prey as well, but it wasn't that. Tundra, good to see you, brother man. No, not the Teku salamander, bro. Please tell me you're not going to do editing mid-leagues, you're not going to sleep. While my stream views are high, I'm probably not making any league videos. I will probably go back and make league videos late for the full league route. So maybe no videos for a week, I'm not sure. Whilst EHing. Yeah, it's just as long as I'm on 12+ hour streams, I'm not gonna edit videos. Like the idea of streaming the video editing. I just think it would take too long, man. A typical 8-hour stream day, you know, tends to take me an hour and a half to edit. So we'll have VODs for the first week that people can reference, and then I'll try to get some videos out after that. Kind of work backwards. Okay. Is my build crazy, or is it not crazy? Am I insane for thinking that this build is going to work? Let's see. This is a TKM. Dogger, no, it's a TKA. No, it's a ATK. No, it's a AM, it's a T, it's a K, it's a KMA. Dogger execute. It's a KMA Spellblade execute build. It's a mage that melees with a ranged execute. So this is how it works. We're in Asgarnia, right? So we're gonna sit in void armor, I think, because then our switches are easy. I think this might work. We have a Blood Fury on for heals. We have a Shadow Fang. Fang of the... Is it not on yet? Please give me the Fang, Jagex. They haven't added the Fang yet. It's okay. We can just put an Abyssal Dagger for now. We have a Devil's Element offhand. We have a... I guess we have a Fernal. Yeah, I think we have a Fernal. With an Ultor ring. We have Max Treads. I'm going melee this league, yes. Okay. So... let's see. Can I move the coin stack back? Yeah, absolutely, bro. Gotcha, big dog. Oh my gosh, wait. Can't you just like two-hit a ton of things with range? Period. That's fine. This is still interesting. I want to have fun. Okay, so... the idea with this build, which is a Canderan-Asgarnia Spellblade Execute build. I know. Bear with me. So we're primarily going to be Dogger Spect, okay? So Dogger Spect, we get the dagger from Cerberus. The dagger has an instant special attack that attacks with fire damage that scales with your offhand devil's element for the fire damage, right? Remove the blessing, it doesn't really matter. But anyways, so it scales with the devil's element, right? So we can use that to burn our special attack. We have a 20% chance to not consume special attack, so we can do that more often. We're going to regain special attack when we're meleeing things. And then we have just a slight amount of overheal here. It's not super important to have this. You could definitely put it elsewhere. We attack at a 2-tick rate, and our strength is increased by 20% because we're under 1 kg on our main hand weapon. That being said, we also deal an additional 40% damage, kind of like we have a melee twin flame staff that attacks at a 2-tick rate with this one right here. So because we're using a light weapon, right? So the melee is our main build. We could take this 15% accuracy off and put it somewhere else if you want to, but it's just there for now because I don't think the dagger is going to be mega accurate on its own. So I'm juiced up 180% accuracy in all combat styles, right? Now, that's how you start your engagement out. You dagger until they get into KO range, and KO range is your heavy ballista because this is your execute, right? So your execute is spec down into range for max hit on a heavy ballista that always rolls accuracy. Now again, heavy ballista is a very accurate weapon, plus 180% accuracy. We're camping void armor because with this you could just do a simple helmet switch and heavy ballista switch. Quiver if you want to make it a 3-way as well. You could do a simple 3-way switch if you want to, and if you want to, you can actually make it 4-way with an anguish just to make it a little bit more juiced up. Find out your max hit from that. Things that buff max hit are good for this build, of course. So simple 4-way switch, attack with the heavy ballista. I'm not certain what the damage is going to be like with the heavy ballista, but my guess is somewhere between 140 and 160. So it's an execute, right? So that's the idea behind it. And then also, just because we have some extra viability, we have a 1-tick staff, which we're in Mortania, so we can use a Lithic Scepter from Gargalon, or we can use a Sang staff for heals. We're spec'd into water plus regen on powered staff, so the 1-tick staff is going to heal us for 1 HP every single time it hits. So there's some sustainability there, because when you're in mage robes, which again, simple switch, necklace, helmet, you know, pretty simple. You can get some healing if you need to mage something, you know, so if you have to do like a Kraken task, or you have to, you know, toss on mage for the Nilo room in TOB, you can do that. You've got the extra points for it. And then again, the fire spells here will synergize with our dagger, right? Where we'll be able to burn HP to increase our max hit of our dagger. So fire spells, which I think, am I insane in thinking that the special attack from the dagger counts as a fire spell? So it'll burn 6% of my max HP to hit 12 damage higher every time I special attack with it. And then the synergy with that, because the problem with this build is you don't have a lot of passive healing. So when you use your special attack on the dagger, you lose your HP, and then you have to spend time healing. But with the Mortania added, we can camp a Blood Fury, and that should heal us pretty constantly. So that's where that health is you know, coming in handy. So the plus 12 or so maximum damage is really going to benefit us. You can add some overheal, and in fact we have a little bit of overheal. We're actually at like 130 HP, so it's going to do 6% of the 130 HP, which is going to be like, you know, what, 8 damage or 8 or 9 damage, something like that. But it's going to increase my max hit of my next hit, or of the special attack maybe, by like 16 or 18. So it actually becomes kind of nutty. And then on top of that, it's a fire spell that's going to add a burn to the enemy. So it's kind of interesting. It's unique. Is it going to work? I don't know, but it's fun, and it's a full tribrid setup that's just kind of weird. Isn't it a two-handed staff? The CG staff is technically a one-handed staff. Husky checked on it earlier for us. Yes, I will spec into that. -8 max hit for 1 tick instead of 4 tick is mega worth it. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Thoughts on a 5-tick King's heal max hit with bonus damage to blind Bluetooth Nally. Tweaked a bit I sent you yesterday. Instead of 1-tick staff, went King's Barrage. Give me just a second, I'll look at it, man. Can you fit in the next attack deals 25% more damage? You can play with it and probably get that. Yeah, you just have to, you know, get rid of a little bit of your overheal HP, maybe. Oh, that's not this one, is it? Can I link that last build? Okay. Do you know if the Echo bosses from last league's still same boss design? I think they're the same. I thought in a video they said they're different, but you know, the video today implied that they were the same, I think. Alright, let me look at your build real quick, man. Can you melee Olm's Mage Hand reliably, or is it just immune? I think it just does no damage, man. I don't think you can. I don't even think Thorns works on it. Okay, 5-tick King's Heal max hit with bonus damage to blind Bluetooth Nally. There's a downside already that I see, that your Nally blind bag is a little bit weaker from the range echoes not having extra viability with these ones and not having the extra echo attacks here. So your melee is already weaker than it could be. You're a reach around build, huh? So you're only 85% chance to regen runes, which means your ranged echoes don't hit as often as they could. So there's a little bit of a downside there. And then you're also not overhealed very much, which is fine. But I like that a lot of the strength of the Kings... Actually, you know what? The build doesn't work right now because you don't actually have Ice Spell healing. So you actually need to tweak this a little bit because your King's Barrage doesn't currently heal you. You need this tile right here for it, man. So I would consider looking into that as well. And I don't really know where you take from. My guess is... I mean, my guess is here. I think you have to ditch that so you can get the King's Barrage healing. Because I think you need the regen chance. Okay, I know I wanted to do one more. What was it? What was it? No, it wasn't a Teku Salamander. It wasn't air spells. Buddha Kid, thanks, dude. Ah!
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
I think I know what I wanted to look at. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to copy my blind bag build. What is this and why is this? Why is this? What is this? It's max thorns. Ah. Skillsy, thank you for the 2 months, man. Does the Crystal Blessing work with the Echo Trident from Thermi? It's not a powered staff, so you don't get the extra accuracy and damage from it. You do get 2% per piece, but otherwise no. 2% per piece, and I think plus 40 mage accuracy maybe per piece, something like that. but it's not a powered staff. Okay, I'm going to copy this loadout. I'm basically going to go with the same exact build. And then what I'm going to do is change this for Darok. Now, I talked about this yesterday. And I'm wondering how well it might work. I'm just going to put myself at 1 HP. I don't know if this is actually going to trigger properly. Are you going to release a general early game pathing guide? I am. I'm just waiting for them to release the relic or the tasks, man. But yes, I will. I'll hopefully have a very good one for you. I'll hopefully carry you to victory. Max hit 70. Distance to enemy 7. Max hit 78. Max hit of Darok 126.
Thanks for the pines on Dada.
Thank you, Snarbles, man. You don't want healing on for this? Nah, but I'm just thinking right now. So many people are going to get baited into a nightmare build. Okay, guys. How many ticks is a Darok axe? It's a 7-tick weapon, normally. So Darok axes, you don't want to main hand, right? Because your blind bags aren't going to trigger very often because it's a 7-tick weapon. Let me introduce to you the Bluetooth Darok. Instead of the Darok axe main hand, we Noxious Halley main hand in the full Darok set. So every time our blind bag triggers, which is a 25% chance, we have 4 Darok axes in the inventory. 100, 75, 25, and technically a full one, but I guess you could do that once. So realistically, you could do this with 3, right? You think you need the Darok axe equipped for the set effect? See, but I have a feeling that it equips it technically for that swing. You know what I mean? So, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But if it doesn't, I don't know. I think, like, you'll be able to swing with the Darok axe. But I have a feeling that it says as if it was equipped, I'm pretty sure. So this is a funny build. Blind bag. automatically attack with the current target as if it's equipped. Random melee weapon in your inventory as if it's equipped. So you can actually Darok Axe 4 times technically, but more realistically 3 times with your blind bags. You have to be low HP. You have to be low HP, but the amount of damage that you might be able to put out is probably insane because you can stand at a 7 tile range. So it increases your minimum hit of all of the blind bag hits and your hit by 21. It increases your max hit of all of those things by 12%. And the funny thing is, you can actually farm multiple Darok Axes by killing Darok, teleporting to the chest, killing the chest brother if you want, and then looting the chest. If you have Evil Eye, you can just tele back and forth, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny. It's like, does this build make sense? Absolutely not. Should you do this? Probably not. Do you want to have fun with Fasani's Nightmare and 3 hit the boss? Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be a pain because you got to get one down to 25. You got to get one down to 50 charge. You got to get one to 75 charge. Of course, it's going to be a pain. But it could work. You could actually have 4 Darok Axes. Nah, what did I just do? You can actually have 4 Darok Axes. You don't lose the Darok Halley or the Dark effect if you have Halley equipped? Well, I don't know. My guess is no, because Blind Bag reads that it'll hit as if you have it equipped. So if you have it equipped, it works as the full set. So the way that I'm seeing this, it looks like the max hit, if you take off Blind Bag and everything, you see the max hit, right? So if I just ditched Blind Bag and stuff, take off Blind Bag, and then maybe I have to take off the range echoes as well, then it should give me the true max hit. Which is 120 with this build. If that's triggering right. No, it's actually not, because it's not showing this one. So it'd actually be 135. 135 max hit. 21 minimum hit, 135 max hit. That could just cause some ridiculous damage, man. That could be so funny. The Quadrant got added? Actually a while ago, man, yeah. We've seen it. It's actually showing my DPS really high. With this. Can have 5 undamaged the first time you swing with the undamaged when it gets damaged, man. I would think. Unless the charges are over 100%, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Are you still considering Woodsman? I am, yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the air spells. What's our air spell build? Is it the same as the Water Thorns? Is it KZA for air spell? I guess we're still in the suffering for this, huh? I guess respec and AFK for a while, Pinky. I don't know, bro. It would take an unreal amount of time to get the Dark Axis down to 25. You need Wilderness or Fremi for Prey bonus? Oh, with that build, do you use Sunfire? Except maybe not the body? No, Thorns doesn't work with Devil's Element. Are you doing an air build? I want to mess around with it and see what it looks like. If you have a structure for me, I'm happy to take a look at it. What can we get this up to? The air capstone isn't implemented yet? Oh, really? This is the gear people were using? Oh, a dragon bone necklace. Huh. You gotta have Fremi with it, huh? So you don't go, You do go Zaya. Zaya Fremi Wilderness? ZFW? Dragonbone's Zaya too? Oh, is it? Oh, you get it from Hydra? And just an arty cloak? Is augury bad for this build? Yeah, probably. Yeah, you probably want to do like any of these, right?
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Can I not put a defensive on as well? There it is. Thank you, crowd. You can't have the devout boots. Why can I not get devout boots? If I'm Zaya. Need Zaya? But I'm in an ancestral body. I have Zaya with this, right? This would be what? Zaya... Fremi... Canderan. Oh, I can't have the arty cloak. Yeah, I can. Canderan. I think this is fine. A cult's better and put a crystal blessing, but I don't have Turanwin. I'm not Fermi? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. So what am I? What am I? I'm Artie, Canderan, and Zaya. Artie, Canderan, and Zaya. Right. No, I'm not. Why do I keep saying Artie? I'm T. I'm Turanwin. $53 prey. $51 prey. Zami stole? What did he steal? An asshole. Do you air spell, like air search this, or do you smoke spell it? Depends on how many we can put this on, huh? Oh, right, the quadrant, huh? With this build, I don't even know where to put extra things, man. Unless you just like absolutely juice all mage tiles and only mage everything, right? You go for like regen and accuracy? You could do a smoke build since it uses 2 elemental runes, but then I'm not getting value out of my devil's element type stuff, so I can't do smoke. One 45% chance to regen, 130% accuracy in all combat styles. Four. do you think? How big accurate do we want to be? Probably quite large big accurate, right? Then we can kind of do that. We can have one more elsewhere. Could go with this. Don't need to. Could put these elsewhere. Yo! Thank you, Higgs. What's up, man? The Higgs bro son. Powered spells or cast spells? These are not powered spells. These are casted spells. I just tossed that in there in case you want to play with like a shadow or something. I don't know. I don't know that I love this build, man.
Thanks for the points on that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the max hit 101? %1 chance to max hit for every 1 prey bonus. Doubled against enemies weak to air spells. And this isn't working yet. So if I'm 50 prayer, I always max hit? If weak to air. Okay, hang on. Everything's weak to air with Devil's Element. Wait. Wait. So this is why Spark's been trying to get me to look at this so much. So screw the powered staff. We don't go with the powered staff. We put that elsewhere now. Yeah, I'm more magic damage now. What? So with this build, I can toss on water runes if I want to heal a little bit. Yeah, you just gotta swap spells. You just toss some water spells. Hey, thanks for looking at the build. Only we can get Echoes buffed was to avoid the reach around and give up the increased max hit of blind bag. Thanks for having some, thankfully have some days left. Oh, yeah. No worries, man. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the 100. I'm sorry I missed it the first time that you, sent that in. Okay, so this is kind of insane, and it's such a unique build. I never saw this coming. So this is Zaya Canderan-Asgarnia-Desert to maximize your prey bonus. 51 prey bonus. Gears based around prey bonus. You don't use the Sunfire body because it's got negative magic and you don't need it because you just, I think, want to get to 50 plus prey bonus the way that I understand this. Use the Shadow Flame Quadrant from Ecothermy and the Devil's Element. Use the Dragon Bow Necklace, which you can get from Hydra because it drops as full. Sunfire comes from, you know, Soul, of course, Colosseum. Confliction Gaunts, Ring of Suffering, Artie Cloak. So, what you do is you toss on as many prayers as you can. It doesn't need to be Mystic Vigor because you want to have these 3 on because these scale with your air spec.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
There you go, homie. And then the build looks something like this. It's air spec with as much accuracy and rune regeneration as you can get. Thank you, give me just a sec. Because the capstone of air spells have a 1% chance to max hit for every 1 prayer bonus. Now, I'm 52, 53 prayer bonus, something like that. 51 prayer bonus or something like that, right? So, I have over 50% chance to max hit. But the chance is doubled against enemies weak to air spells. And because of this thing right here, the Devil's Element, everything is weak to air spells by 30%. So I should have a 100% chance to max hit if something's weak to air spells, and everything should be weak to air spells. Is that the staff? That's not the Devil's Element, that's the staff. That's my bad. The staff makes everything weak to air spells. The staff makes everything weak to whatever elemental weakness I'm using. The problem could be if something is more weak to something that is not air. Like if something has a 40% water weakness, then it's going to count it as a water weakness instead of an air weakness, I think. And that could be the downside of this build, because the staff is going to automatically apply whichever one is the most, right? Not with the quadrant. It counts as air. The staff selects air, counts as air. It just converts it. Oh, wow. Okay. So, as long as I hit, which is why we absolutely juiced our accuracy at plus 100% accuracy in all styles, as long as I accurately hit, I max hit with Mage. And I max hit a massive amount because I have 7% additional damage for every prayer I have active, which is 8 prayers. So plus 56%, and the Shadow Flame Quadrant hits with a second hit. That's 40% damage of the first hit. Oh my. And this is at a 3-tick rate. This might be so strong that I switched my route. If this works, this might be so strong that I switch my route. What? Here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you want to heal, you have to switch spells to water spells, but you went deep in water as well, so you can still heal pretty quickly off of that. So instead of eating food, your next water spell, your next attack is a water spell instead of an air spell. You basically keep air spells on autocast and then manually water surge when you need to heal instead of eating a shark. And then that should hit, you know, I don't know, a 30 heal or so. Maybe not quite so much because we didn't spec into water runes here. Maybe we change one and we spec into water runes. And actually I have the points to be able to do it because I have a little bit of extra like leftover points here. So if we spec into that, then we also Oh, dude. Get more accuracy. Oh, man. Still not much accuracy, though. Some things are too hard to hit. I'm 106 accuracy here. 106 mage accuracy, I think, is actually pretty decent on its own. And then I have an additional... because I changed this up a little bit. I had some free nodes. I have an additional 195% accuracy in all combat styles. 195% on top of that. I'm very accurate. I'm like 300 mage accuracy. I have a 145% chance to regenerate runes, which I'm going to regenerate a ton of prey points from that. So hopefully with my 8 prayers up, hopefully I have unlimited prayer. If I need to heal, now I have the water runes activated as well, so I can just toss on a water surge to heal for like 30 or so damage, and then I go back to auto casting air spells. And then the spell gets stronger for anything that has an elemental weakness. This is like, before we're considering elemental weakness with things, this is what we're doing. This damage could be unreal on something that has like a 50 or 100% elemental weakness. This damage could be absolutely unreal. What? I'm flabbergasted. I am absolutely flabbergasted. Bad Sum, thanks for the 5-month prime, man. You have it always killing Zora in 7.2 seconds? This is better than the King's Barrage build. It won't work. It only uses the damage bonus from the target's elemental weakness. It doesn't convert it to whatever the elemental weakness of your spell is. I'm pretty sure it converts. It converts and it adds 30. It doesn't, if something's weak to fire, if something's weak to fire, the Quadrant does not do the same thing as the Twin Flame Staff where it automatically casts a fire spell. Instead, it casts whatever you have it set to cast to and just takes the percentage as if it was a fire spell. Dude. Check accuracy on something like Soul. If I can't kill Soul with this, then fuck it. I put a whip on and I kill Soul because I know how to kill Soul. That's not a problem. Who cares about Soul? Just kill Soul. There's no Echo Soul. You don't have to farm him 50 times. Who cares? Just kill Soul. Finish Soul and then respec to this when you get all the gear, bro. We have respecs. Do Soul when you're a different build and then bam. Dude, this thing is insane. Wow. The Wizzy Sunlight Tech. Wait, Sunlight Crossbow kind of cracked, man? The Reach Around. The Wizzy Reach Around. Can I link that? Yeah, give me a second, I'll link that. Hang on, I had one guy shouting in my stream over and over and over while I was trying to explain that and trying to focus. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because you can't get the amulet because you don't have Fremi. Hydra drops the full amulet, bro. I have Zaya. I said that 2 seconds before you kept shouting that over and over. Sorry, I had to go back for that. Okay, the Reach Around. The 3-tick max hit Sunlight Hunter crossbow. Expected max... That's with echoes. That's with echoes. Wiz, what's the max hit if you take all the echo nodes off? So do you know the true max hit of the Sunlight Hunter crossbow on its own? It's in the 30s? Okay, okay, so 3-tick 30s. Okay. Wiz. I hear you. I take your 3-tick reach around Sunlight Hunter crossbow for 30 max hit. And I raise you a 3-tick 100 max hit, guaranteed max hit. Magic. Prayer. Air spells. Hog. $140 max hit? I bet you it's already calculating the extra damage from the 1.4x. Seems pretty good, casual. Also, Wizzy, just a thought. Is there any way that you can hit it from behind and come up with a reverse reach around where you come this way? You ditch this, and you ditch this, and then you find one more point possibly to ditch, because then you get your reach around still. But reverse, you get your 3-tick hunter crossbow, but if you want to double chin something AoE, you can do so. You just got to ditch one thing somewhere. Problem is, I just don't see what you can ditch. Unless you go here and you ditch these two. Because you don't need those. So now you have a reverse reach around where you can have double chins on things for AoE. Interesting idea, man. Thank you, Zero. Okay, so the air capstone is not properly showing. The air capstone is not properly showing. It's not properly calculating, which I believe means all of these potential hits here all become 103. Every one of them is just 103 if you hit. And with this on whatever I'm killing, Grardor, I guess, I don't have a lot of chance to miss. So you effectively like double your DPS. Bro, that is so much damage. And it's even weaker because extra weakness, right? Because this becomes, you know, 70%. Oh my gosh. Air spells are nuts, dude. Zaya Turanwin, what? Zaya Turanwin, I keep forgetting. Zaya Turanwin something? Canderan? I keep saying Kandar. I haven't had enough sleep lately. Zaya Turanwin Canderan. Zaya Turanwin Canderan. Why Crystal Body? Like, surely we don't need extra prey, right? So can't you just go with the Ancest? Because of the Crystal Blessing? Is it calcing that? It doesn't seem like it's calcing that. It's not giving me the accuracy from it. I don't think it's calcing that to mage right now, right? Oh yeah, because it's not a powered staff, so it doesn't actually scale with that very well, man. But it still gives... No, it's still not bad, though. It's only +2 because body has -18 +20? Oh, I see. It's still 5 prayer? But do I not need it? Because as long as we're 50%, we good, right? If something has elemental weakness to air, which is everything. So I think we're fine. This is crazy. You know what's funny? These were my initial zones. No, I was like ZKA, wasn't I? ZKT. Oh my gosh, man. Do I do maximum fun or do I do super uber mega mage guy who sometimes heals sometimes too because I can have 188 HP? Wow. Oh, this is a Fermi Ami. That's where you're wrong, my guy. You can get it from Hydra, apparently. Has a full drop. This is the Capper build. The Capper. It's actually really good too, because you can get a 2-tick bow that heals you for like early Inferno tasks and stuff like that with the Hespori bow. Dang, man. It's so funny that Canderan is your end game with this build. Because you need the 93 Slayer. Nah, Sunfire Top has way too low mage offensive, I think. Dang, man. And this gear isn't that hard to get. Griff first is really nice because you get the Trident off Zora, yeah. Average time to kill is like 11 seconds, right? Nah, it's even like... It's even bigger because you hit 80% on this guy, right? Oh my gosh, man. This build is insane. This build is insane. Okay. Chat, why do we need Zaya? Is it for the Dragonbone necklace and the ancestral robe top? And the boots. We can make it work without Zaya. We're at 50 without Zaya. You could still go Mortania if you want to. No, I can't have the RD cloak. All we have to do is max. Nearly. Artie's Canderan. Oh shit, I can. Why do I keep forgetting that? You need preserve? Ah, you do lose preserve. We're gonna lose 0.4 DPS, so 0.8 DPS. Grimoire? I don't think Grimoire gives you preserve, but I don't want a Grimoire, man. That's just not the answer for 7%. It doesn't, Moles. You're wrong on that, and it's been confirmed that you're wrong on that, man. It works the way that everyone else is saying it, dude.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Yo, thank you, Rasput. And, Sync, thank you, dude.
Thanks for the pine zone, Dada.
Traumon only gives blessing. Why not erratas if we already have extra prey? But I want to do Tyranwin. The blessing's 5 prey bonus. If I don't have Zaya, I can't use erratas. Echo boots, they come from Soul. From Coliseum. Isn't there a world where you'd rather take the 95% chance to max hit and pick up better gear or other zones? Well, this puts me back in the other zones that I wanted, so it's fine. What this allows, which is crazy, right? I think this is where I'm at, guys. Think about this, okay? I can do this gear instead of the gear that we just looked at with Mortania instead of Zaya, okay? So, I can actually start the league with my maximum fun build. Like I can do this until I'm done with whatever content I want to play with maximum fun build with, and then I can respec. And I can respec for this build. For the maximum air mage. While still having the zones that I initially wanted, for all the reasons that I initially wanted it, with a better zone for a raid, TOB, than Chambers of Xeric. Chambers of Xeric is a little bit annoying with one combat style, because the Olm head isn't going to be weak to mage, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think the mage is going to hit the Olm head. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And the melee hand has the same issue. Sassy, thanks for the prime sub, man. How are you going to get that stole? So, clues give stoles. It's 66% reduced? Yeah, that sucks. That sucks, you know? But still, I can still go with this build to PVM with things, you know, PVM things after I'm done with the maximum fun Halley distance build. It's a double zone. It's a double build zone. It's really good, I think, dude. Dang. My latest zones? KTM. This still works. I like it. I like that it still works with maximum fun. So I can still do my distance long range Halley, you know? I can call them from the neighbor's house with a Halley, and then I can respec later on for this. Man. Mortania allows Slayhelm too. I'm probably taking Big Daddy anyways. Oh dude, and I don't need Augury from Zaya because we go with all the prayers. I'm probably taking Culling Spree. Man. Do you get more DPS with Ancestral and only 25 prey bonus? No, absolutely not, man. Max hit 50% of the time. Max hit 100% of the time. Max hit 50% of the time wins. I'm sorry, max hit 100% of the time wins. It's not even close. I'm gonna call it the Gig Air. The Gig Air Mage. Please don't. Prayer? Ah. The Prayer Mage. Alright. That's unreal, man. That's unreal. That's so fun, man. Oh, dude. Okay, so we've got 6 interesting, very different strategies, right? We've got the Water Mage Thorn Tank. Heals from water spells, casts water spells as his main style, but doesn't use the Devil's Element. Instead uses a shield to thorn everything. 188 HP max heals. This is the gear. And again, this one was a Water Mage Thorn. This was a Canderan-Asgarnia build. KZA build, right? We have the Maximum Fun build, which is the one that I built yesterday, of course. This was the long-range Halley from downtown with Darok Axis, Scythe, Noxious Halley, Barrel Chest Anchor as your blind bag hits. More Scythes if you want to, because you can use the kits on them. This one also can do close range combat for just slightly worse DPS, so it's actually still viable if you can't get the range on something, because they keep chasing you down. So you can use a Scythe for that, or maybe even a Soul Reaper Axe if you want to, or full Darok set if you want to on top of that. And you have constant heals from the Blood Fury that, you know, triggers quite a bit because your blind bags can trigger Blood Fury as well. We have the Life Leech King's Barrage, which only has a placeholder of Twisted Buckler Zarek crossbow right now because you can't put on the crossbow right now. The King's Barrage is not in the DPS calculator. This one uses Deadeye. It's a build that has... Let me look. This is a Desert Wilderness Asgarnia build, so if you want to do some different zones than you've done before, Desert Wilderness Asgarnia might satisfy that. This one also specs down not only into the very high-hitting, double-hit, auto-freezing, healing King's Barrage crossbow synergy with water, but it also can give you double chins if you're doing Slayer or something like that, for not too many points there. We have the Max Door Thorn build. This is kind of like a AFK hands-off everything. Husky was able to kill 5 Jads without engaging with his account. He took his hands off the mouse, basically, didn't have to eat or anything, and he AFK auto-retaliated killing 5 Jads with this kind of build. So this is Max Thorn Door Canderan-Asgarnia, full Torva, but you can also use Oathplate if you don't have Torva yet, with a Din's Bulwark, and you can switch this out to Regen Bracelet if you want to. We have the Execute Dagger Tribrid build. This was a Dog Dagger as a main hand, Blood Fury for heals because Fire Spec is going to burn your HP to double your burned HP max hit. So if it burns 8 HP, it increases your max hit of your special attack that you're going to use, which is the Fire variant, by twice that. So 16 increased max hit every time you do that, but Blood Fury to get the heals back. And then when you get something into execute range, because you're camping full Void armor, you can do a 4-way or even less if you want to, 4-way Void switch of a Void range helm, Anguish, Quiver, and a heavy ballista to execute the opponent because you have 180% increased accuracy with a double accuracy roll with the ranged crossbow with a max hit guaranteed. So you're going to hit like 130, 140 plus with the heavy ballista to execute the opponent. And then we have the Prayer Mage, which is probably the most broken thing I've seen so far, which specs into air to give you an unreal, basically guaranteed chance to max hit if you are 50 prey bonus. This can be done with either Mortania, Tyranwin, and Canderan, or Zaya, Tyranwin, Canderan. You wouldn't take the raid zone first, you take the raid zone last, but this could be done with either of those zones, and there's probably some other zone combinations this could be done with as well, but it uses Air Surge with all of this gear to maximize your prey bonus to 50 plus, because when you're fighting something that is weak to air, with the Shadow Flame Quadrant, everything becomes weak to air if you're auto casting an air spell. That's just how it works, and I know some people are going to argue with that, but this has been confirmed by Husky apparently, that is how it works, and everything will be weak to air if you're doing that. Even if it has a different elemental weakness, it adds 30 to the elemental weakness, and it changes the weakness to air if you're using the air spells. So you guaranteed max hit with this build, and the max hit is very high. You activate 8 prayers or 7 if you're not in Zaya, so I'm probably going to be doing this with Mortania, so I'm only going to have 7 prayers instead of 8, so my max hit goes down by 7% because of this tile right here. But this just hits unreal damage with Wind Surge, and it always max hits. This is expected to be something like 50 DPS if people are getting it right, and I think it's 50 DPS before considering all of the different elemental weaknesses to things, but I'm not 100% there. And the fun thing about this build is you can start with the maximum fun build in Kea, oh my gosh. You can start with the maximum fun build in Canderan, Tyranwin, and Mortania, and then whenever you're done with that, you have your high stats, you want to respec, you have the gear, you can actually switch to the Prayer Mage, because all of the gear that you see here is possible in this zone. If you're in Zaya, it's slightly better. You switch this to an Ancestral Robe Top, you switch this to the Dragon Tooth necklace that you can get from Hydra, and then you can use one additional prayer because you can use Preserve, so you get a little bit stronger overall. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Do you need any accuracy nodes if 100% max hit? Yes, because you still need to accurately hit. If you miss, you splash. If you splash, you can't max hit. So you actually fully stack, basically, accuracy nodes. I think I stacked 195% accuracy with this build. There's probably some things you could play with. There's probably some synergy and some ways that you can improve it. But I just stacked full accuracy, man. Can you do smoke spells instead? No, because it doesn't count as the air spell elemental weakness for the staff, I think. I don't think you can. There's a reason. Other people know the reason better than I do. There's a reason you can't use smoke. I don't remember why. It doesn't do the double cast because it's not an elemental spell, so it gets much worse. There you go. Can you make a video summarizing the prayer mage path for us to follow? Tomorrow I'll have a video on all of these different routes. Man, this is crazy, dude. Like, I can't believe this thing. So I just had the task log out. Yeah, I know. I wanted to spend my entire day today planning a route, and I wasn't able to do so. Doesn't the pack turn it into an air spell? Yes. The Shadow Flame Quadrant, your weapon, your echo weapon from Thermi, the benefit of it if you're using elemental spells, so the regular spellbook, is that it fires like the Twin Flame Staff. It hits twice. It fires once, and it fires a second hit that hits 40% of the first hit. It doesn't do that if you're using Ancients. It only just hits the Ancient spell. So it's much stronger if you're using the elemental spellbook, so you don't want to do it with smoke. Fire also does a ton of damage. I would believe it, but you have the problem of the fire burn taking away your HP. Going only air mage, should one prioritize Slayer and get a Thermi weapon ASAP? Well, you probably want to get like a charged staff ASAP as your main hand mage weapon, I would think, man. Because you just got to get there, you know what I mean? I mean, you have Tyranwen. You can go to Zora. You can use fire spells on Zora until you get the Trident, and you can use that until you get up as your main hand weapon. Could you share this build? Yeah, sure, man. Whoa, don't say that. If my calcs are correct, 100 damage per cast, the cooldown of the Flask of Fervor is about 40 seconds. You're gonna pull me away from Minion, man? I've been excited to do Minion this whole time, and you might actually pull me away from Minion if you say that. That adds like 170 damage every 40 seconds? $500 bits. Here's Husky confirming the elemental weakness things. The quadrant line is confusing. I'll clarify. When attacking with elemental magic spell, this will always use the elemental weakness which your target is the weakest to, regardless of the elemental spell that you just cast. This will not change your spell to the cast the creature is weak to. It will use whichever spell you select and calculate damage and accuracy as if the enemy's highest weakness is the spell you just cast. So, if a target has 10% earth weakness and 20% water weakness, it can't have both, but just to make it clear, if you attack with an air spell, it will take the highest weakness, which is water at 20%, and treat the target as if it instead has a 20% air weakness. And if you have the Devil's Element equipped, it will then become a 50% air weakness. Which means if you're casting an air spell, you still get all of your benefit of air packs, even against targets that are weak against earth, fire, or water. There's the confirmation. This is why the Prayer Mage actually works on everything. Max hitting everything, regardless of their weakness. Wow. You'll regret Flask. It's only up close and you don't get the minion pickup quality of life. Minion is going to... The minion pickup is definitely going to be a quality of life. It's also going to be a lowered quality of life because it's going to pick up enough things that you don't want. Which might get annoying. The good news is you might not need to bring a lot of food with you if you're a prayer mage, because you just, you know, water mage from time to time. Glad it works with KTM so I don't have to change anything. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, man. Bushwhack, thanks for the 12 months, man. You can set the value? Yes, but if you want to pick up herbs, you're low value, you know what I mean? So that might pick up a ton of shit. The flask is 170 damage on a 40-second cooldown. Minion doing 6 DPS. is 240 damage. Thanks for saving me, bro. We're back on Team Minion.
For the pine zone, Dada.
Wolfcat, thanks for the prime sub, man. Think I'm gonna go KZM, can get 49 prey bonus and still get 2 raids for gaming with the boys. I like it, man. Yeah, good idea. Prayer Mage is cool. Press 1 if you are interested in doing Prayer Mage at some point in your league grind. I'm just kind of curious how good this, I mean, like, people think this is. Look at that. Everyone's gonna be a mage this league. Oh, dude. Maximum fun to Prayer Mage, man. We know the way. This is the way. Am I switching to this? I'm planning on doing my maximum fun build, which is melee, but later on in the league switching to Prayer Mage. I can do this earlier, I think. I don't even know, man. I don't know which one I do first. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what my route to get there is. Oh, dude. Use maximum fun to get the gear for Prayer Mage. Yeah, maximum fun could be easier to get, like, the Coliseum and stuff like that done, man. Because I gotta get all of the prey bonus for Prayer Mage. So it takes a little bit longer for that one to ramp up, I think. I gotta get the Virtus, you know. We gotta get the Sunfire. Probably just run that stuff with melee. Did you look into powered staves with early crystal? Powered staves with early crystal is decent. It's definitely decent. Mortania, Terranwin, Canderan. We don't really have much or any at all multi-slayer, do we? I don't think so, huh? Hey, foe, throw a Soul Reaper X at 5 stacks and 1 in the inventory. And see the damage. Oh, will it make the second Soul Reaper X in the inventory also hit as if it is bigly? I don't feel like my damage is calculating as properly as it was earlier. That's why. Okay, so 33.2 with this. Not bad. Oh, but this is why. So it's actually worse. I wonder if you were looking at it with a 7-tile distance. Max is 28, 30, just 20 C. Ah, I see. The chances to hit that astronomical, man. You have a Hallie in the bag, would you want that as a scythe? Yeah, I could do more scythes in there, but eh. Oh, check out the V's helm on Prey Air Mage. Yeah, it goes up a little, yeah. But you have the problem that your prey bonus goes down a good bit. And then you have to go Fremi. Ew. You get necklace from Fremi, you get the same necklace from Zaya, and you also just don't need the necklace because you can get it done with the stole. Would a cult not be better here? No, you need to be the 50. You want to be the 50 plus prey bonus, I think, for the 100% max hit chance. I would go in place of the blessing of taking Zaya over Turanwin. Rada's blessing's your best bet. When do you use water over air in the Prey Air Mage build? You autocast air and you manually use water surge if you need to heal. The attack speed of the Quadrant, 3 tick. The best region combo for the King's Barrage? For King's Barrage, I like Desert Wilderness-Asgarnia. You get full Masori or you get full Void, whichever one you want to go with. You can kind of like switch it if you want to be tanky. Wilderness obviously for the King's Barrage, and then you know, Desert I think just kind of works with it well. You can fortify your Masori with Asgarnia. Yeah, it's just kind of a neat build, and then you still get a raid zone. Man, this has been a very full day of looking at all of these different builds, but I actually feel a lot better today about a lot of these, having dived into some specific different ones rather than just kind of like playing with the trees, you know what I mean? Actually having some mapped out full routes makes me feel good. The biggest question mark for me still, I think, is what's going to be the best way to start the league for most people? For me, I'm probably taking Turanwin as my first zone and running CG early, like low-level CG. That's not going to be the answer for everyone. I think a lot of other people might actually want to go into Canderan first, and maybe get some questing done there. Because these are auto-completed, are the prereqs to them auto-completed as well? Like, can you not do, like, waterfall and stuff like that? I don't remember how this works. Docile, thanks for the 2 months, man. The prereqs are as well? Okay, it says there. Okay. That's too bad. Fight Arena is available. Yeah, that's nice for attack XP at least. On the 8x rate, you know, that's decent. Get to, like, 48 or so. Still an easy region for low-level content. It's still an easy region for low-level content, yeah. And yeah, people that know what they're doing can do Knight's Training Grounds, but if you take too long to kill the NPCs, they do despawn. I've done it on a 1 attack account before, and it's quite annoying when that happens. Does Prey Air use Wilderness? You don't have to. You want, like, Canderan and... Like, I'm doing it with Canderan, Turanwin, and Mortania. The best is probably Canderan, Turanwin, Zaya. But there's probably multiple routes to get it. If the wilderness could use Ring of the Gods and switch anything else out, or Suffering required? Suffering's not required, it's just for the prey bones. You could definitely use Ring of the Gods and switch some stuff out, man. What are you killing the Echo Mox with, and what modifiers? By the time I go to Echo Mox, like, what I think I might end up doing in the league is speccing into Mage first, to get Echo CG done, and then when I'm done with my Echo CG grind, including all of my Crystal Armor, my Crystal Blessing, and at least one Enhanced probably, then I will respec with the point that I earned from Echo CG, and I'll probably build into Blind Bag at that point. So I'll switch to Melee, build the Blind Bag, and because I'll get a little bit of Melee XP while I'm in CG, I think. And I'll end up going into getting 48 Slayer, getting the probably Glacial Tomatlis, and doing Echo Amox at that point. That unlocks my eventual respec for the Prayer, but I'll probably just keep building out Blind Bag bit by bit to get my maximum fun build done. Build out into Melee first, build out into the Melee specs next, and then probably last build out into Mage, I think. I'm not really sure about that. I might build the 1-tick staff earlier than that, but it depends. Mortania, I can do the Echo Grotesque Guardians fight as the max fun build. Tehran-Wind's already done. And Canderan, by the time I go Canderan, I think that's probably about the point that I respec. I mean, can you do the Echo Thermi with Melee? I've never done the fight. I think you can, and probably it's probably really good at Halley range, because you have to like stand on the nodes or something, right? So I think after we kill Echo Thermi and get the weapons, maybe that's when we switch to Prayer. So I think that works. At the beginning, Mage. Not going for Moonsgear early? I'm not planning on going for Moonsgear early. I'm planning on going Tehran-Wind early, I think. So, why respec to Melee then? Because I don't think I want to be 1-tick powered staff build when I don't have a powered staff. I'm taking the 1-tick powered staff specifically for the CG staff to make CG easy for 5-1. So I think I'm going to want to respec into Melee for the Grotesque Guardians, for the Thermi eventually, to get, you know, like TOB done. I think I'd rather have it for that. To do Colosseum, like I'll do it for all of that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? To do Zulrah, things like that. You can get the Warp Scepter. Yeah, I guys, I know I can get a powered staff. I think at that point I would rather go Melee. I want to train my Melee stats at that point for, you know, skill total reasons, all sorts of other things. So I will respec to Melee, get the dual boppers from Echo Tomatli, and get another Echo fight done, and stuff like that. I haven't figured out the exact path yet, but that's kind of my general idea right now. That being said, guys, thank you so much for chilling with me today. Thanks for those that have watched the video. I'm going to go ahead and take off here, so I will see you guys on Monday. So hopefully we get the task list on Monday. I would love to start planning it. The moment we get it, I'm full on routing to figure out the most efficient early route that we can for all of the points that we can, starting with the relics that I plan to take and the relics that I think are best. And if I have time, I'll work on additional tier 1 relic starts, but I'm going to start with Endless Harvest and go from there. I'll see you next time. Thanks guys for chilling. Make sure you subscribe. Tomorrow morning, I'll have a video up on all the builds we went over today, by the way.